You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever. Maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for man not to achieve. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano-technology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways, by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid, it's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now you can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it, you are structuring it, and from today we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Okay, welcome everyone to the 111th Keshe Knowledge Seekers Workshop. It's April 28th, 2016. And once again, we meet here on the Thursday for this workshop, and I'm sure that there's lots of new information and some reflections on the last week as well that will be presented in this workshop. And I think we're ready to hear now from Mr. Kesh at the Spaceship Institute. Mr. Kesh, are you available there?
Yes. Good morning. Good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to these knowledge seekers programs. Today, I would like to welcome the 7 or 8 groups which started the work very rapidly after last Thursday teaching, the knowledge seeker teaching in creating systems for what we call emergency cases. We welcome you. We know you're online. And hopefully we go straight into the teaching that you can benefit by it, as I know you're on standby to start producing these units, and any clarification in respect to this, what we call the oyster system. As you're aware, we announced months ago that we expect a massive earthquake around the world due to the separation of the southern continent of what they call the American continent. And in that respect, we see a lot of activities around the governments, especially in Russia and in America and other countries, which are going to be affected. For this reason, we put what we call OASIS unit out. A number of organizations around the world had to start working on it. And there is a group of 7 or 8 from one nation who are concentrating to build, and they're expecting to see new insights into the development of these units today. We invited them to come in. They're part of the major organizations which work around the technology in development. To start this, and to make it very clear, today we are going to open up a total overview of what the system, not to be the OASIS as rescue in the case of emergency on this planet, but we start laying out what we call flight system. I'll disclose a lot of information today. It'll take you months to siphon it. It takes you a long time to decipher the total knowledge, but you have to understand where we came from, how we came, and how now from today we're bringing all the knowledge which has been taught in past years. What is important? Maybe we divide it into 2 or 3 sections. We started with the gas systems, what we saw as the coils and the cores, which are both circular and semicircular. We started this in the Sensano. Here we used the mass or matter state of the gas. With this, we achieved and we tried to use what we call alpha radiation to create a plasma. And then we initiated the rotation of the cores internally or in totality in creating double magnetic field with the interaction of the different gases and interaction of different cores. In some cases, we used mixture of gases, if you remember, and in some, we used what we see as 2 internal cores. Yes? Is it better now? Hello? Is it better? Okay. No, we lost this fluffy cap on the microphone. We don't know where, so it's not filtering on it. So what happened? What we saw, the first one and the second one, these were the cores which were developed prior to arrival in Iran, some 8 years ago. And then we tested it on the plasma technology. In that process, we achieved plasma and we achieved what we were expecting. Then, in the Sasano, we started what we call with nanomaterials, and we started the process. Here, we needed alpha radiation. A lot of you have a problem. For me, going through the nuclear side was a natural process. I'm a nuclear physicist. So I had to find an alternative where there will be no need, at least, for creation of plasma. We went through the process of producing free plasma. This has never been done. It's a major breakthrough in the world of science, and this led to creation of releasing the nanomaterial for the matter state again. If you remember, we started with the matter state. We produced what we call gases in nano state. Then, with using this, we led to creation of plasma. Now, we're going through a process where we achieved plasma. Now, what are we going to do with it? In the first case, with the dynamic systems...
Sorry, Mr. Kesh, we're getting a lot of interference with the microphone there. I think it's something besides just popping. It's like a bad connection or something.
Which side? Fabio, are you to mischievous things again? He's trying to fix it. Can you stop fixing if it's fixed?
Don't fix it if it's not broken, is the saying.
Is it better now?
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fiddling in the background. Stop playing, boy.
It's still
trying to make it better.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fabio. So we came through the plasma in both directions, nuclear and non-nuclear. But now, in a plasma condition, we come to the next step. How do we manipulate plasma? We started the process of manipulation of plasma in past 2 or 3 weeks on the side of the non-nuclear. What we done with the plasma created, we used 2 different directions of materials. Oh, what happened? We have things from the past on the top. Excuse me, Fabio, how do I get not to get this screen down, please? I thought they put a new page up. We need to go up. No, the other way. Down, yeah, okay. Go back up again. Up, somewhere further up. Okay. So, in this process, what we saw here, we carried on with different connections of the star formation and production of systems. In this process, we chose 2 different ways. One, we went through the coil system, where initially all the core were made and we filled up with the GaNs, or we went with double magnetic gravitational system of the double coil. One was choosing the plasma internally, one was choosing the plasma externally, where we nano-coated and the GaNs coated the coils. Now with this position, we come to the new dimension, to the new understanding. And this new understanding is to bring the 2 together in one cycle. This is where we start the process of lift. This is the very process of communication. This is where we start the process of protection. What does it mean? This means now that we come to a new path. This new path, I cannot get this thing moving somehow. Okay. This new path is very simple. Fabio, we got a problem. We need to do the checking. Okay, can we do a checking because we're going to have a problem all day. Okay, we just got to centralize. Just 1 second, please. We need to calibrate. Okay. No, it does not calibrate. It does not calibrate. What? Ah, okay. We go again. Okay, done. Thank you very much. Sorry about this. We keep on moving things here. So when the screen or the camera moves, it loses adjustment. So what we've done now in the past few weeks, you created two kind of coils. The 90-degree coils, and we had the coils which you started last week with filling in with the water of the GANs. We went from the GANs using itself. Now we have to come to what we call the plasma or the water of the GANs. We are not relying anymore on the matter state, but now this is a new opening. We are relying on the plasmatic gravitational magnetic field without dependence on the matter itself. So now you create a composite field of GANs, of a plasma. What does this mean? It means you have the copper, you have whatever they keep on adding. This becomes part of the plasma totality in the structure itself. They do not amalgamate to become one, but the total gravitational magnetic field become one plasma. This changes the game. This changes the game totally. Last week, as was shown in the conference in Dubai by Arman, we managed to create a sound barrier within the central system. This we most probably show later on with Arman if he's still around, so awake. So now we have created a condition. You have to go back to the teaching of last year and the year before when we start looking at the GANs in this system where we loaded the GANs onto the coil. In that process, if you remember, we managed to establish a rough data where the maximum 2,400, 2,600 revolution per minute was the limit that we will not get any more performance out of the GANs. It was the maximum release of the property of the plasma in both gravitational and magnetical. You came into the coil side. So when we came in the coil side, we realized by changing the plasma strength, we can release different plasmas. Now, from today, let's start a new cycle. From today, we go into a totally different direction, but accumulation of the both. You know you have a limitation on the plasma strength. You know you have no limitation on the plasma if you can release the totality of it. So, last week we introduced the GANs within the structure, the GANs water of the material inside. So, we have become independent of the matter state. We're using the water of the GANs. We established we need a gravitational GANs water. We established we need a magnetical GANs water. We saw when Arman added 2 milliliter of GANs of lead oxide, It increased the boundary absorption of the fields, and the reactor is totally silent. He showed the video in the conference last week. But we know that the limitation of the rotation was 2,000, around about 2,400, 2,500 is what can release. Now, how do you change the game? You bring the two together. If you remember, you had the 90-degree coils. Now you bring the 90-degree coils inside the core of the GANS water. What do you create? Go back to the beginning of the teachings. Go back when we started with the coils. When you had the coils and you filled it up, I have to undo. When you had the coils, it was easy that the cores were filled up, the GANS was put inside, and we saw a circle of water with a hollow center, nothing inside. That's where we said the maximum would be. The rotation of the core at 2,500 gives you the maximum production of the plasma centralized in its own. Now you have the water, the same principle. Now, this is your limitation. This is why you could not achieve higher strength, because there is a friction and the total interaction within the internal structure of the GANS itself when it's in the container. Now with the water as a plasma, what we call liquid plasma, you don't have this, but now you have to create an interaction between all these fields inside your core. So what you really need to do is to create a dynamic environment inside. The only alternative you have. There are 2 or 3 choices. What do? You create a coil and you place the coil, 90-degree coil, inside your core. Nothing. Just by increasing the speed of the rotation of your coils inside the GANS plasma of the water, you'll find out now you have a new tool, highly energetic, highly powerful, and now can create fields beyond imagination of the man. Now, not only you're stirring up the fields, the same process starts. If you remember the coils, when you made the coils, you had the center. When you made the coils, you had the center too. Now, what you see, if you remember, this is where we even put the GANS, the balls of GANS in the center of the coils. Now, this GANS in the center of the coil is the free plasma which was created by the original GANS. So now you have a totally new dimension in the space technology, where not only you can control the gravitational, but you control the magnetical too. This is the tool at this present time, with your knowledge, that you can approach lift, motion, production of whatever you like, because now you have a GANS in control of both gravitational and magnetical. The choice of nano coating, the choice of the material, the choice of the GANS mixture gives you the variability in your process. Now, for the first time, man has access to what you call full energy spectrum of what we call the principal energy. This is what it used to be called the black hole. We now condense both the gravitational and magnetic field of the GANS itself in rotation and the gas itself in motion internally. Now you created a condition that this field force you have full control over. You decide by the speed of rotation, by the choice of gas, by the choice of material content, how, in what speed you can control, how much you want to expand, to what level you want to expand. This is penultimate design for the space reactors. This is one of the ways you will control the whole spectrum. What happens, how it operates. Let's look at it in the bigger feature. You have a plasma. You have the coil. You have the coil in a way that in both systems you have created by rotation a massive plasmatic field in the center. This is how the stars and galaxies create. You want something? What, is there a problem? Do you want me to start rebooting now before we go? Okay. Okay, don't stop the live stream that it becomes two sections, huh? Okay, so we take a 5 minutes, 3 minutes adjustment and then we go. Yes, 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 yes. Show the pictures. Can we show the pictures? No, no, just the video. No, just the video. Please play the video, the normal video.
Video. Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
You have people listening from every corner of this planet. No knowledge has been dispersed so beautifully, so balanced across the planet, on this planet ever, maybe in the universe. You have the full potential of achieving everything in the universe. There is no need and there is no reason for nano-technology. So, wherever you are, the way I taught you to make the coils double coil inside, you have continuous equal gravitational magnetic field, and if you put CO2 on it, and you put zinc on it, you have connected the emotion of the man to it on a stable condition, and you'll find out you become a very peaceful man. Here, instead of having galaxies and universes and creating connection magnetically, we have used the matter state gravitational magnetic field strength to dominate and dictate the shape of the plasma. The nano-technology, the nanomaterial which you have collectively developed in different ways by caustic, by electric currents, by whatever, fire or whatever, has that advantage that the matter, the nano, and the plasma is all the same. So connection is very solid. It's very strong. The power of the plasma technology, the way we have thought, is beyond imagination of the man. Now we can create and control the plasma, which is the mother of the creation of the universe. You are given the seed of the essence of the creation. The foundation does not belong to no one and is not made of one anymore. You are developing it. You are structuring it. And from today, we will be still the same. We'll still develop the technology in different names, in different colors, in different nationalities which they do not exist. It is beautiful when we see the Christian, the Muslims, the Jews, and every other belief are working together to build up systems. We have already become one faith. We already have become one nation, and we already become one planet. You got to remember one thing. Dates is irrelevant. Today is the last day of the Christian calendar, or tomorrow is the beginning of another. One day is connected to another. We don't stop. We are working around the clock. The Keshe Foundation team is working irrespective of time, position, religion, country. And now we achieve what we set out for.
Hello. Yeah,
Hello.
as you said, the program for the video needed reloading. They just needed updating apparently, or whatever. Pardon?
Will do.
Are we ready to go?
Yes, let's get the videos spotlighted and so on.
Yep.
Just a sec.
Okay.
Okay.
So, are we ready, Rick?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, sorry about this. It's just computer software needed most probably updating, or we had a flickering with the voice and the camera. So what we came to now is that we have the option now that you have the liquid plasma, which is the water itself as part of it, to make it easy, in the whole structure of the container. You are rotating your core as you have at 2500, and now you have two choices. You can rotate this core, the inner core, rotating, or you can make this core rotating, or you can make the two to rotate at the same time internally. This will give you a total option, because there are extensions to application of the nano-coated coils inside the core, which now, by the speed of the rotation between the physical structure and central structure, you will start creating shielding, gravitational magnetic field positioning, lift, total cover. You can use the same for the production of the plasma to the strength of any cell of the human body. You can produce gravitational magnetic field strength of any matter state you would like to receive in space. So you become independent. Now you become in control of the full plasma in every sense. You can dictate its gravitational pull into the system. You can dictate its magnetical boundary. Now we have achieved a total and complete conditional service, which means you have forever central core which absorbs energy from environment, not only through the condition you introduce, but through the condition which itself absorbs its own field and feed back to itself too. This is how the stars and planets keep their motion, and they keep the material to themselves for billions of years. Conservation of the plasma gravitational magnetic field. In this position, you are interacting totally the opposite way for what you have done up to now. You started with a matter state. You went to the nano. You went to the GANs. You went to the plasma and carried on. Now, you are become the controller of the plasma because you dictate what the plasma gives out. If I can do it in different color that you can see, the plasma gives out. You go from the plasma to the GANs to the nano state to the matter state. So now you get the power of being able to create whatever you need, the condition you need, and which reactor of your star formation becomes the pull and which becomes the push, and how you decide which way to float and not float. This is what you need to step. And we are on the verge, as I said, delivering the technology in such a rapid way for what it needs to be done in the coming weeks. Don't forget, you use the matter state to contain the plasma, and now the plasma decides how to cross the boundaries of the matter state. This is a unique process. This is the easiest way to be able to produce what you need. At the moment, what you use usually is copper coils and other things. But go a step further. The group which is sitting on the side and get it translated to, let me speak to you directly. You send me pictures of the crystal balls. In these crystal balls you have created, you need to place the magnetical and gravitational coils, as is in the center. You have two options of coil using matter state or still use crystals. In these conditions, you can create a condition where the crystal is piped. What this means, it means you can dictate what gans of the water you want to inject inside the pipe, that now you don't depend on copper limitation, you stay totally independent. What does this mean? If you look at it, you had the coil. The core you chose, which I've seen in your pictures, is in crystal. Now, you can do two other ways. Choose a system which you can insert with internal crystals, which you can control the gases of the plasma liquid, or you control the liquid of the plasma. if you manage to achieve crystal coil condition, that you can change the gas of the water, what we call liquid plasma, at will, then you will not be limited to the copper or anything else. It means if you go back to what we saw with Research Center in Innovation Center, where they showed you two glasses inside each other, where there was a rotation of the plasma, rotation of the gas, falling up and down. Go back to independent. This is, at the moment, you don't have the tools to create, but this is your option. So what happens, you put a crystal ball inside a crystal ball, and you decide the rotation of the central coil crystal. This goes back, what I said, to the teaching, if you remember, core inside a core in the Sensano, in the systems which were produced in Iran. This is bringing the knowledge together. Those of you who created double coils and you were rotating them, now you have an advantage point that you can create lift very rapidly through the systems you have. Now you don't need to use radioactive material, you use the liquid plasma. What we call this new reactor is a field plasma, because now you work with a field. Fieldplasma.org, fieldplasma.com has been acquired for Keshe Foundation for development of the space lift. In the due course, it will be opened up that you can learn, and all the blueprints regarding plasma lift will go on this channel. Because now you work only with the field. The structure is very simple. Now, every man can produce any kind of fields they like, anything in any shape or form. Go back onto the medical systems which you produced with the panels on the wall. We've seen a number of these. We've seen the panels which you produced with the coils. Now replace the coils with a core where you put a gas in the middle with a coil. Now you can pinpoint accurately which cell you want to change, which cell you want to do, and you can do it totally on a plasmatic condition without the matter state. So what this means, we bring the total knowledge from the beginning of the teachings to now to one point. Interaction of the total knowledge. You have the rotational coil, you have the rotational coil, you have the GANs within the structure, you have liquid plasma, you have the nanotechnology, and you have the science of motion. In fact, what you do, the rotation of this with the rotation of this creates the double magnetic field necessary for motion. This is how you rapidly increase your speed to lift. Be careful, very careful, how you rotate your systems. Those of you who build the double core internally were using vacuum system, which is a large number of you. Now you can fill it up with a GANs, which means you don't need to rely on a what you call vacuum system. You can change the center with a coil, or change a different liquid of the gas inside your internal coil, and you should be able, by changing the composition of your gas water, or what they call liquid plasma, the state of whatever you need. We'll start mixing, start understanding, start the operation of combination reactors. Our friends who are here as a group of 7, 8, you know exactly who I'm talking to. you have enough support within your leadership, which is sitting with you, to acquire all the materials within the organizations of your process to create these kind of reactors. You have a problem, make your coils of anything 24 gauge. Make it of 36 gauge. Very, very fine wires. You don't need gauge 14 or whatever. Make a very fine, but that they can stand the torque, that in torque they do not split open, and place it inside your crystals. Control the rotation, start with one or the other. Don't move. You can still use the ping pong ball and what we said, the computer cooling system. There is no problem. System is very simple. You have an alternative. The alternative is put two computer cooling systems opposite to each other. Put your crystal ball glued on one and put your coil onto the other. Your system within hours is detecting, creating, and do whatever you like to it. So what you do, simply with two cooling systems, with being able to fill up the gas, I don't know how you're going to control the feeding of it, but you can do it. It's done. It's very simple. You can do it and test it. Open it up, change the gas, open it up, change the, what I call the liquid plasma, and then start the spinning. You should be able, if you understood this, how to do it. Don't forget, you connect, very simple process, sealed, that one connects to the other. Less than 10, 20 euro, you have the system running. This, what I call, if you look at it, is this way. You have your base system which you had, the crystals you've been working on. I've seen the picture of it. Make a hole in the center, place a nano-coated coil inside, and set this onto another computer cooling system. You can dictate the speed of rotation here. You can dictate the speed of rotation here. Forward, backwards, till you see the light. If you have a crystal, you should be able to see a very light up crystal inside first. You should see the light inside the crystal first. Do not do the two together in one go. Start with one. Become master. It's a large group of you. You're a large number of you across the country. You're testing this now. Do one, test, do the other. If I tell you how you can control this, the alternative to crystal is lead glass. You can make lead glass tubes that you can change the gas liquid or liquid plasma inside this. If you go to most of the fairs, if you remember, even nowadays you can go, the glass makers which make tubes with lead, they blow it for you, the shape you like. In China, you have access to this. In what they call it in Europe, we have access to it. In America, we all have, we call them glass blowers. They can make you a tube of glass, which is connected. And all you need to do to feed the gas liquid, what we call the liquid plasma, into this. So you can continuously change. And if you don't have a crystal, you can use in the same. Very simple, very cheap, very effective. If you use crystal or gaslit um, the glass with lead in it, you create a full plasma condition. As I said, when you start these things, set a radio, set a camera the way Armand did, set a number of lights, and then we show you what has been achieved by Jackie, which was shown in conference in Dubai, in detecting your plasma boundary. You can see, you can detect it, how it is, and in time, I'll show you other ways how to see the interface of your plasma. All you need to do, you set another system of the same but opposite loading of what is here and what is here in another system, and a point of interaction will give you the both gravitational and magnetic field boundary. So you run two systems next to each other, you see the power, you change the same parameter, you use the same liquid plasma, which you use for the coil in the core, and the one you use for the core in the coil. And then you'll find it. The point is, if you manage to create a glass plasma tubes, then you are not dependent on the coil. You are not dependent. You can change the speed of the flow and the liquid inside your core system. So now your cores are not copper winding, but they're just a tube. So you dictate what would be in these tubes. Now you have a new dimension, new power into dictating everything. Your limitation was the copper. Now with this system, you have no limitation. There is nothing that cannot be produced in the world of creation once you use and understand this. You want to rapidly descend, you increase the speed of rotation, you increase the gravitational field liquid, you descend instantaneously. You want to create borders, hundreds of meters, done automatically. You can make jars, which was shown in Innovation Center, that it gives you a fixed boundary. So what you do when you connect this to a specific jar of liquid GANs, this system only gives you, for example, let's say 20-meter diameter tent in a point of disaster. This liquid on its own gives you water and everything else. So for the first time, you see that the Oasis system becomes a liquid plasma. In your container, you decide the parameters. What does this mean? This means very simple. In a very simple language, is you had the crystal ball, you have your crystal coil, both you can connect to a reserve predetermined in characteristic. We were looking yesterday at a very interesting phenomena with Fabio here in the lab. The plate, nano copper coated with a zinc, is producing both CO2 and copper oxide at the same time because of its connection, because of the mixture of the strength which was put through the copper. So the copper plate, you always produce copper oxide with one copper plate nano-coated, one copper plate non-nano-coated. But the condition created you the strength of the plasma, which is through the current which was fed to the plate, the same plate produces to the same. So you see this You can do this the same in your reserve tanks. So, for example, this will give you water. It'll give you, let's say, 3 meter or 5 meter parameter shell. And in this composition, you can decide amino acid, all the vitamins, any kind of antibacteria, whatever that you live in a totally clean environment. You decide the food in the container, so your system is prefixed. This is the true Oasis system which is coming up. You decide the whole combination. Total cost, maybe less than $50. These new plasma systems, to the group of 7 groups which are sitting online, please translate correctly. The translators who are online, please translate very correctly exactly what is said. We are talking about glass tubing and a glass ball, and we are talking about the energy of the plasma of the matter state. If you have a plastic, you have a problem. Some of the fields through the CH bond will not cross. But if you have glass tubes, there is no such a thing. You can use containers of all the matters the way you saw before to keep a constant supply of the fields into the water. You remember you put the CH3 and the copper oxide and amino acid and you had the taste of the orange? Now you keep a constant supply. You don't need to keep on changing the water. By changing these containers, you change the composition. Go back. In the beginning of the teachings, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we always said crystals are the key to the space technology. It's the only way you can keep, and because of the structure of the crystal in releasing energy in the different dimensions of the strength of the plasma, it becomes irrespective of the matter state of what it's made of. This is why if man can understand and create a crystal out of the carbon, he has achieved the production of everything which is capable in the universe of this structure to be achieved. Do not forget what we say, nanomaterial, going to the structure of the gas, which the gas itself in crystal structure becomes what we call sp3. If you can produce in a time to come a crystal out of carbon, which is transparent, which is literally the diamond structure, but in a different orientation, you will find that you will be achieved, you can produce any matter state, any gravitational magnetic field state with a combination of the coil and the core. Now you see 3 years of teaching comes to its conclusion more or less. Everything which taught now comes together and is at the reach of every man to be able to produce. You don't have a crystal, you use a copper coil, you still achieve the same. You have the possibility to dictate and create. The advantage, this goes to our military friends in the Chinese military and army. Defense technology has become totally impregnable. You cannot penetrate anywhere. on the development. When you look, you can dictate the guns and the rotation that nothing can penetrate the territory of a nation. Now, the nation has become one, is the planet Earth. You need to become one. All the nations, as we had the conference in Dubai, one nation, to create such a shield that in case of meteorite, large meteorites, the man dictates the shielding of the planet. With this, if you understood how to apply, it means all the military forces on this planet have to become a peaceful planet, and they can enforce such a condition to take over the gravitational magnetic field shielding of the planet. This was the purpose of one planet, one nation, one race. At the beginning, you can protect your part of the Earth, but when the meteorite hits here, you're gone with it. So we need a total defense, that everybody has access to the same knowledge, the same defense technology, so we don't need to have a defense across armies. We need to create a defense on this planet to protect in what is to come and in what might come. And when you are in space, you can create such a shielding. There is a very nice picture. I like Rick. Can you put that picture of the ship on the screen, please, if you can share it? I want you, some of you know what this picture is, but for some of you, it will be a shock to your system. Can you share that picture of the ship, please?
Yes, just a minute.
The picture of the Aurora ship, which was made in 1960 and in 1990.
No, there is a ship with a picture sent to Rick. Is that the one? Yeah? This is the one. I don't know which one you're talking about, Sandor.
Is the same one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we have that picture, please? This picture is very important for you to understand. How do we get a single picture?
Trying to...
Impossible?
There we go. I've got the picture here now, I think. Let's get it set up on the screen share.
Okay, can you go on the screen share, please?
Do it there now.
Yeah. You see this ship? It's very, very, very nice. Read it. These aren't Syrian, Libyan, or African. They are Europeans trying to get to North Africa during the last war.
Sorry, actually they are Albanians trying to get to Bari in 1990. The ship came from Durazzo, and it was docked at the end in Bari in 1991, August 8. Sometimes on social media they put some false information. They attribute wrong.
But what we're trying to explain that is not that. What we're trying to explain is replace these ships with the spaceships when the time comes. Every man will try to get on the boat. When you get hit by a meteorite, when you have the problem with the continental movement which is coming, ships are no use. You see, it's irrespective of color and race. We've seen Africans on the same boats. We've seen every nation on these boats. We've seen the same thing with the Iranian Revolution. We've seen these over and over the time. This time, when we get hit, when we have the continental motion, these are useless. These ships, people will crawl to get on anything, anytime. The only thing you can save yourself with is the spaceship technology. People will crawl. We've seen the same thing, Africans on the boats. We've seen the same thing in Caribbeans. We've seen the same thing in the Second World War. We've seen the same thing in the past changes. Pardon? Yes. The same pictures repeat themselves again and again. But this time, these ships are useless to the man. We become the refugees of this myth. We become, so in so many ways, why I asked to put this picture on, there is nowhere you can crawl on. The last time, if we go according to the present scientific world of understanding, when the meteorite hit the Earth in such a vast strength, destroyed the dinosaurs, changed the climate. If we accept that philosophy, that line of thought. This time, with what we see coming up, and that's why we start these teachings, with the changes which will come in the process of the continental move, in the process of accidental interface with the meteorite or asteroid, whatever comes to the planet, these ships are useless. We do not need, secondly, with this technology, you don't need shipyards. The understanding of the shipyards is totally meaningless. How can we make boats for 7 billion men? You build your structure the same way as we said before. You go in this line of thoughts. The same cores, the same control, the same structure. Now you decide the star formation. Now you have full flexibility in how you shape the structure. Armin, are you online? Is Armin online or is he?
Yes, I am online.
Hi Armin, good morning or good evening to you. I don't know which part of the sleep you are.
Good morning for you, good evening for me.
Can you share with us the 2 videos you made, please?
I think I sent it to Rick, no?
Rick, do you have access to both videos?
What videos? I don't know what you're speaking about.
The one with the motors running, with the silent motors. You have? Yes.
I'm not clear on what that is. I'll have to.
I'll confirm it. Give me
Is that it? Where would they be sent, Marmin?
Give me a minute, I'll find it.
Okay.
Okay. So till you find it, I'll explain. What has happened, this I explained, I talked about it just briefly at the beginning of today. What Armin has done a couple of weeks ago, he started loading a reactor with liquid gas, what we call the water of the gas. In that process, he started rotating and he has recorded the whole motion of the cores. This is a small core, very small. These are the cores you saw more or less on 129. If you remember, 4 small cores on the plate. So he's taken one of the cores and he has filled in this little tiny core with the gas water.
I've got some pictures from Armin. Maybe these are the pictures.
It's not a picture, it's a video. We have to listen to it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the pictures.
No. So it's what has happened. I asked Armin to start loading a reactor with a gas water, and what Armin has done is that in loading the reactor, he put the camera looking down onto this system, connected to power supply, and he increases the power to around 20 plus volts with a higher rotation in thousands of revolutions per minute. then, as you will see later on in the second test, all he's done is change the water content of this coil by 2 milliliter. So he took out 2 milliliter from the core and added 2 milliliter of GaNs of lead, which means lead is the absorber, is the heavier gravitational field extractor from the environment, or is the holder of the gravitational magnetic field energy. So when is the first loading, before we added the lead water, as Armand speaks, because voice itself is part of the GaNs state. The voice of the man is not a matter state voice, it's a GaNs state voice. Part of it is a GaNs vibration because it comes from the vocal point box of the man, which is created by the GaNs itself. When he speaks, the interaction of his voice with the strength of the GaNs fields which are created in this unit breaks the barrier, we hear the motor. When we increased the GaNs by the amount of the lead GaNs water, the interaction now had a combination of both, but heavier amount of lead. You will see the interaction of the two cannot break in, because now even everything is at the strength that the voice cannot get through. And you hear clear silence. Have you managed to get it, Armin? Hello?
I'm running a test. What I noticed that when
1 minute.
the motor
Here, Mr.
starts,
Case, 1
Who's
minute.
speaking?
It's me,
I
Mr.
think
Case.
that's the video.
Armin, twice.
Armin times 2.
Armin, you got a twin.
Here.
Okay, can we play that video, please? We need the video.
We're seeing it now, I believe.
the recording, it's not recording the motor sound anymore.
Yeah, but we don't see it on the screen.
And talk, you can
Armin, we don't see this on the screen.
sound disappears. But I can hear in a room. But in a recording, it's not recording. That's very strange. So I'm gonna start the motor. Starting it. Five volts. I think you can hear the motor. And I start to talk. I'm going up to 10 volts. I'm going to go up now to 15 volts. 12, 13, 14, 15. When I talk, you can hear it. When I don't, you cannot. Going up. 20. Now it's running 20 volts. I'm going to go up to 24. I'm going up to 24. Now it's running 24 volts. Here, after I stop, here. Now I'm going to slow this down. It's now 15. Now it's 10. 10 volts. Now it's 4. Stopped.
Can we have the second video? Can we have the second video, please? We can see all your programs shared, Armin, at the bottom. Your bottom line.
No, this is not it.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to start the test again.
This is with 2 milliliter of gans of lead.
Five volts. Going up. Ten volts. Now it's running 15 volts. Gonna go up. 20 volts. It's very loud, the motor. Gonna go up. 24 volts. It's very loud. Five. Slime. Stop.
Thank you very much, Armin. What is interesting, which will be, can you close your site, please, Armin?
Just 1 minute, Mr.
And please close your page. Yeah. What is interesting, you notice something very effective. It allows the sound of the man to carry, but it doesn't allow electronic or electric motion to carry. This is exactly how we saw in the American naval forces. They could hear each other, but no electric system was communicating or working because they cannot transmit that kind of the system communication. This is important in a space technology, where your shield continuously is operational, but you can communicate internally. The reason for this is because part of the structure of the gas which is used to produce the plasma, the liquid plasma, contained copies of the amino acid which was in the liquid, which was created with a gas. If you create a total pure gas, which you don't take any gas from the top, that there is no possibility of the amino acid to mix with your material, you'll find out you will not even hear the voice of the man. But there is a very interesting point. Replay the two tapes. Something very, very interesting. Replay the tapes many times till you see exactly what I'm talking about.
Adding a lead, Mr. Kesh.
Pardon?
Adding a lead, it even if you move your hand, it even lets you to change it. Because first time when we had a less lead and we moved the hand, we could have hear the voice because we could interact. When we added lead, we couldn't even interact physically.
Yeah. But what is interesting, if you look where the noise comes on, where just before the noise gets recorded, or when Arman thinks an intention to increase or load, or thinking, you see the creation of the noise. In a way, the strength of the intention before the physical move of the change or the talk is already interfering with the system. This is what I explained. Your intentions will be long before detected before your physical behavior. Play this many times. Watch just before Arman speaks and when you hear the noise. It's very interesting. The intention allows the voice to be heard. This is what will be fundamental. And for those who understand, will be a shocking news. So, what it means, you can create liquid plasma that measures the intention of the man. His intention just before he moves, before he talks, that he's going to move. If you look at the hand, is not moving. He's not moving. Just before he increases to a higher voltage, you start hearing. So this becomes frightening for those who have the wrong intention. Now in the long process, in adding the plasma of the amino acid, you can create to understand the conditions of intention. Then you can do the same in creating systems which can create, be at the strength of the soul of the man, that you can see the intention of the physicality long before the man does a physical move. Go back in the process of the cancer. With the system, it took 2 hours before we saw the physical drop of the cancer cells. If you can understand the strength of the soul of the man, which is measurable, now that we have access to full spectrum of the gravitational magnetic field of the universe in creation, now we can create conditions that if a man stands as a president and he says, I want peace, but his intention to sell arms to create war, you see it directly. I wonder how fast our group, the 7th group, which are listening, can come up with the intention system. I think Armand should be doing it in the next few days. As the master of the technology, he understands how to do it, and he has the understanding to extend it. When I asked Armand to make this coil at the beginning with the gas or water, it took him a week to get the core made and fixed. Now you don't need to go through such a elaborate system. Get yourself a ping pong ball, get yourself a crystal ball, fill it up with a gas, and then change, not the gas, the liquid of the gas, liquid plasma, and then start testing. Change the parameters. Keep a mother bank that you know what you have, and then change slightly the parameters. Change the gas of the water. Put a container of the gas outside and just change that. Change the strength of it, the quantity of it, or even what you can do is very simple. You have the reserve tank. As I said, you can put the gases outside. Try another dimension. Keep the gases here and put liquid plasma here and see what you transfer to here with the liquid plasma without the matter. Then in space you do not need to carry a fingerprint. You have the mother fingerprint. Then the standard will not change because you have a reference point. You use water of the gas to the water of the gas. Remember, in the test we did in Japan, Keshe Foundation Japan, if you remember, they tried not the gas into the contaminated water, but they used the water of the gas, and they saw the same result. So now, if you have one gas, do we go back onto the same process to use the water of it than having the gas? And then in the process, do we come to the point that do we need to have water as the carrier? By putting the gases of the water, what we call liquid plasma, do we need to fill this environment with any liquid of water? Or do we operate totally from now on with the field of the plasma? And all you need to do is to pump it into your coil or into your core. This is what we call field plasma technology. This is becoming totally independent of the matter state, totally independent of the what we call the liquid plasma, but now working totally through the plasma. Because if you understand, in that container, in that structure, it's the same liquid, it's the same field strength, and it will take you time to understand how to create the motion of the sucking or feeding of this material into your cores. In what strength, in what you need, in what combination you create, that you create the motion, and the field strength changes. I said to you, I put everything in one go on the table. Now is the race amongst the knowledge seekers to see which one of you will come, will show, will deliver part and part from different groups, the lift, the emotion, the new health systems without the coil or a core, but through the field plasma technology. And this is the ultimate system for saving man from this planet. The faster you deliver this, it should not take you more than a week to 2 weeks, especially the group which you're sitting and invited to be on the panel today. You have enough resources, scientific, and you have enough resources in the background with you to be able to deliver this new system. We thank the scientists who put the group together in the past week. You know who you are, and we thank your government for doing so. It is important to be able to deliver a total technology. When you can, my talk goes directly to the military people. If you understand and can be done, my talk goes directly to the space agencies. You understand this, you will understand with less than $20 and go back in the combination of the system which we showed for allocation of 5 reactors or 3 reactors combination. You can control everything from the communication to lift to production of materials. While 3 systems in one combination create lift, 3 combination system will create food and the others. But at the same time, the system stays gravitational magnetic field strength to 1G, which means you do not become weightless. The defense application is so important because without the defense, without protection, you cannot take into space. You need to be able. Can you move? I don't see that. You move the whole structure in a different direction. The structure by using crystals, the structure by using glass, lead, crystals. You know, there is a company which is all over the world. Their job must be fantastic with this technology. What they called? Swarovski. They're on every Swarovski crystal here. They will go to them and ask for crystal balls. They will not know where to get their hands on how many so fast. So there is a point of reference. They might be a little bit expensive, but if you tell them this is what we need, they will be able to make all the crystal balls for you. They're in every major city around the world. They make crystal balls. They have the knowledge to be able to deliver whatever you need. Understand that with the coil and with the cores, you saw the strength of the plasma. Now Armand showed you the strength of the whole entity. Now we show you something which was shown in Dubai in the last conference. Is our friend from Switzerland online, Jackie. Are you there, Jackie? Or are you still jet lagged? No, he's not there.
He might be here, Mr. Kesh. I think I'm
Yes,
promoting.
I'm there.
Here he is.
Jackie, can we share your video which you showed in Dubai with the light and the camera, please?
Yes, let me 2 minutes to set up.
Okay, please make sure we don't see your, what they call it, the screen. In this video, which we showed in Dubai, and all of you can start testing, it's a specific zone you can set up that roughly you can see the parameters of your plasma. This is one of the ways. This is done because he uses a plasma system to feed the light. So the light energy creation is in plasmatic condition. What you will see is very, very simple. You can, for the first time, change the strength of the crystal, change the strength of the what are called liquid plasma in your crystal balls or the cores, and then you will see there are possibilities. This is one of the possibilities to be able to see the boundary of your plasma. What this will do is give you a very interesting understanding with a simple system which Jackie has done. You will see the structure. Excuse me, Fabio. How do I get the screen back, please? I don't know where is my screen. Okay. Are you ready, Jackie? Or what you see in
Give
this
me a
process?
second.
Pardon?
Give me a second.
Okay, no problem. What you see in this process, this is very much where the camera is moved. You see the boundary of the plasma. This is because of the matter-state interaction. You can see the curvature of the plasma. And you can do these with the systems which are parallel. As I said, with a system which is opposite to the loading, you can find the interface of the system. So you make a twin system in opposite. One is gravitational, where it becomes a magnetical of the other one. And in that process, you should be able to see for the first time the boundaries of the plasma which you have created. In the system which we saw with Armin, if you go towards increasing the loading of the lead, liquid, plasma, you have two options. You absorb so much energy that, as I said in the conference, you sink in and you break the plate because of the weight of the gravitational field extraction. Or you get another opportunity where the absorption is so high that it has to feed back and leads to the creation of the very strong shielding. What it means, it absorbs so much the system through the lead that it cannot hold on to, and it just bursts open to a rapid shielding. So your spherical magnetical field become huge. Are you ready, Jackie?
Yep.
Go ahead, please. Stop it whenever I could ask you. Please watch this video very carefully. We are looking, just wait, stop. Oh, stop, please. No, I don't have access to be able to show anything, to interfere with the picture. Okay, carry on, please. Carry on. You see, you look at this boundary, this light here. It's open. This is the maximum. Just wait. Fabio is running. Ah, okay. Go down, there. Yeah. Okay, carry on, please. Open. Start running from the beginning, please.
Yep.
You see, look at the curvature. There is a curvature here, which looks inwards. You see the size and then disappears. This system is fed with a GANS energy. So you see the system is coming back, and you can see the curvature. The curvature sits here. Can you? Yeah. You see, the curvature stops. So in a way, with a small camera, we can see the outlook curvature at any points in the structure. This is a GANS system. The system loaded through the GANS energy, so we are not looking at only electrical current, we are looking at a plasmatic current too. This is a difference when you have a system which is used as a matter state to create light, and you have a plasmatic supply. So you create two kinds of energy at the same time. You create two kinds of atmospheric currents at the same time. We see the light from distance, but the plasmatic boundary is limited to what is released on the matter state boundary. So for the first time, we can see the interface of a plasma through the curvature of this light. When you run this to repeat, you will see the full curvature as the camera moves up and down, side to side. Please play, please. Carry on. You see the curvature is very, very clear and then disappears. So this gives you a boundary, more or less to the back and the front, to the top, and it goes down. You see it, curvature moves this way. So there are ways now that you can see the boundary of your system in a very simple way. You change the GANS ingredient, the liquid GANS, the liquid plasma. Thank you very much, Jackie.
You're welcome.
Then you take the same structure, and then you see if the system I cannot go down, I'll leave it to you. So you see, you can measure the parameters of your system. Mark it. How far was the plasma boundary before you add a GANS of what's called liquid of, let's say, CO2, and then how far you expanded if you add CH3. Some of you might be interested in a very, very simple system. Make a very, very nice, simple system. High absorption, high radiation. What do you need? You get the liquid plasma of lead and liquid plasma of CH3. Don't mix anything else. One is a fuel absorber, one is the fuel radiator. So you have a massive gravitational field absorber through the GANS, and you have a massive emitter through the CH3. See what is the response. See how your system reacts. Do you need, in the case of high shielding, to increase your lead liquid plasma that you get a higher shielding? Because now you have created a carbon link. That carbon link is important because your lead in conjunction with all the structures of the carbon itself becoming crystal structure allows a full transmission. Then this is how you test. You make a balanced mixture of the lead, water, make a balanced mixture of CH3 water. Then add in different mixtures, put it in your core. Put it in your coil and the core. See how you change the boundaries, how you stop the voice, how you stop seeing, how you can create zero-time communication by packaging it. You saw with the system which Arman showed, intention. Put the camera on, don't speak. Intent. I want the system to go higher. I want to go the system lower. I want to interact with the system. See if you hear the noise of the camera coming on, the motor coming on. Then you can hear your intention. This is where we go from now on the space technology, on the edge of the creation. This way, your intention is to create a rapid shield. Immediately, you achieve it. Because you have a reserve tank, which has got a GaNs, liquid, plasma of lead, or CH3. I'm hungry. You tank into the water of what is your desire. As we've seen with Jackie, you want water, you want food, you want a steak, but this is what is going to be from now on. On demand, you tap into the reserve tank. This is the change, and I'm sure within the coming weeks, as I said before, when we brought the nanotechnology, there was a lot of concern. Now he's gone to the GaNs, he's gone to the coil. Now you understand everything comes together. The coil, the nano, the plasma, the liquid plasma, the GaNs now gives you the full capability to deliver the whole spectrum. Different groups of you will do different applications. But the essential point is how fast the group sitting, which is invited today, can deliver to us with all the resources you have at your disposal to deliver a total shielding system by interaction. There is a twist in the whole of this discussion. My point goes to our military heads who are listeners and will be the listeners to the teaching. We're talking to the nuclear centers, we're talking to the spaceship technologies, we're talking to the space organizations who are online and will be online. We start teaching exclusive for space programs, space agencies, and military from next Wednesday. The Keshe Foundation will teach directly military structures around the world on an exclusive basis, which is prearranged. If you are of the Pentagon or military, American military, European naval officers, or Russian or the Chinese, from next Wednesday, we start teaching as prearranged the military and the space technology systems, which means if you are a man of military in Pentagon, Chinese military, or Russians, contact the Keshe Foundation. We give you a private access through a system which is set up that you become part of the military technology defense that we teach all the governments and the countries the same. This is prearranged thanks to the Chinese military and army We welcome you. We thank you for such a setup. We invite the Americans the same. Every Wednesday morning, we teach the edge of defense technology to all the military groups and the space groups. If you are part of the structure of the American security services on defense, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, European aircraft industry on the military side, Russians, military, please join us next Wednesday. We give you exclusive access to the line that has been arranged with our groups in the Chinese military and the Chinese space. We teach all at the same time. Chinese nation is a peaceful nation, and they've taken ahead in using this technology for peaceful application. We thank the Chinese leadership for allowing such a program. So you will understand, if you are part of the space organization, the only organization we will not collaborate with is European Space Agency, as long as this man, as the board of directors, sits due to his criminal activities. That's the decision of European Space Agency. Otherwise, the Americans and the rest welcome. The process is very simple. Now we come to deliver peace through application and implication. Arman, in a very simple way, with his pure heart, has shown how simply voices can be drowned, even the voice of motors. Now, our American defense technology, we have requested Colonel Hankey to approach the American government to become part of the organization of the teaching of peace. And we stand the same. Our teaching stands the same, irrespective of your nation, the color, because we are one nation. With a new disaster in horizon, the American will need the Russians as they need water to drink and the air to breathe. The American forces will not be able to meet the disaster which is forthcoming. It's better to prepare beforehand, and the hand of friendship sits at the Keshe Foundation, and the same with our friends across the waters. We teach you, and especially the military, in a very rapid way, because they are the only people who can deliver the rescue system. So we create a shielding system, we create a massive production of all fields, and we deliver a technology which allows man not to be, as we saw, trying to get on the ships that will go nowhere. You got to understand one thing. In the picture of the ship we saw, people will land somewhere. They'll get into the waters. But with the disasters which are pending, and now we know the American military forces, in respect to the earthquakes, are getting ready for a massive shakes, and the same has gone to the Russians. Nuclear reactors will create such a mayhem with the radiation, as we saw with Fukushima, that creation of these shields, these systems, is essential, because even on the waters, you are contaminated. The only protection left is the creation of the plasma shield, which can cover you for everything. This is how bad the situation will be, and it's not us anymore. Apparently, from what we see on international communications, leading nations are waiting for the shaking of the continents as they see a massive increase in earthquake activities. So this is not just taking man into space, but creating an environment that radiation will not be a problem. There is an opportunity, which we will discuss with the military discussions from next Wednesday, in application of the nuclear technology in production of the shielding. This is not for civilians, and that's why we have separated the civilian teaching from military as of next week. This brings in application of structures which has to be in the hand of the military to guarantee peace and stop any what I call unnecessary dangerous moves by any groups or nations to try to lead in one way or another nation. The knowledge will be spread equally. The military application in the hand of the man of military is a tool of peace. And as we said, we have gifted that to the Chinese nation and the Chinese government. It is for the other nations to take the step to be part of it. Those who pointed, like Canadian Foreign Office and the American State, the Keshe Foundation, as a hidden terrorist organization, now it's for you to show, to change your documents into reality, which now does not exist. We are a peaceful organization and we deliver the tools of peace. Those who do not attend the military teaching of the plasma technology next Wednesday on, that are real the terrorists, because that's the only way they can enforce their clandestine activities. So if you are a man of peace, you are part of the military, we have nations on the table next week, military, that you can share knowledge with, and when it's shared, there is no fear. Now, the way we got the collaboration of all the Keshe Foundation supporters across the world, we've seen Jackie from Switzerland, we've seen Armand from the States being at Dominion, and the others. Now, from next Wednesday, we bring the collaboration of the military forces to achieve peace through the application of technology. My thanks goes again to the Chinese leadership. President Xi, we respect your position as a man of peace. The structure is very simple. We will deliver a technology which will deliver such a system. There is a lot more still to learn. There is a lot more for the space agencies who come on the teaching next week, how to create absorption of the fields from hundreds of thousands, millions of kilometers away, and create protection at high speed. There is one thing very important. Learn how to manipulate the plasma, not anymore the GANs. Learn how to manipulate the fields and not the liquid. If we reach that position, then in the universe, by absorbing the fields, we create a condition in the center of the system where this system not only dictates what is absorbed in the center, it dictates what will be shown to be released on the boundary. The process is the simplicity of it. A farmer can achieve the same as a man of science. The process has to be understood. The process has to be methodical. The process has to be in a sequence of what is expected and how much of it in what direction. It is important that we understand the totality. It is important that we understand the strength of the elements we would like to create. It's no use creating aluminium when you're expecting protein. You have to understand the interaction of the fields that you can create protein from the interaction of any field. The culture of plasma is very rich. It's for man to unravel its richness. It's for man to bring about the understanding of the totality. How you interact, how you deliver, how you create sharing at the point in what you want to share. Fabio, can you take a picture of the box with both GANs and the CO2 downstairs and send it to Rick to play it, please? Yeah? Thanks very much. When you understand this interaction of the fields, this interaction of the plasma, then you understand the totality of the interactions. Then you decide what kind of things you can produce. What is produced? In the pictures which we're going to show you in a few minutes, when you see the box, you have the GANs of copper here. And then you have the GANs of CO2 here. What does this water carry? Do we get the gas of CO2 here and the gas of copper oxide here? So the interaction of the two, what is in here? You have to understand the gravitational magnetic field so you can use the interaction of the waters of the liquid gas plasmatic strength to create the field strength which you need to absorb or reject. Would you like to be seen in the color of orange, or would you like to be seen in the color of black? A lot of you have noticed motion in your gases. Why do you get motion? Why do you have that motion? What creates the speed of motion? Now, if you understood and could analyze that data, you dictate the speed of the rotation of the gas within these glass tubes or within this glass system, and that itself will create the speed of rotation. You do not need a motor. The speed of the rotation, the speed of the motion of the GANs, liquid plasma, or what we call the field plasma, will dictate the interaction and the outcome. In the space, we don't have water. What happens if the glass breaks and you want to break another system? You want to come all the way back to the Earth to get some water to make liquid GANs or liquid plasma? You have to learn the application and implication of the interaction of gravitational magnetic fields. You have to understand how these structures with the field created in interaction with the body of the man can change the cancer, can feed the man, can change diabetic, can change the parameter of Parkinson. Now you have total capability. Measure what I explained with Armand system, the emotion. If you can measure that emotion, the strength, then you have found 90% of the solution for any disease for a physical body of the man. Because 90% of the problem in physicality comes through emotion. Find out what is the emotion level of a person, and then satisfy that field strength. Yes, that's perfect. Thank you very much. And then you will understand how you can change the man by satisfying the fields or giving to it what it needs, that it can expand within the dimension. So now you understand your patients in past 2 years, in past 5 years of teaching, now gradually is coming to bear fruit, because we had to teach. And the process is very simple. I was explaining to Caroline. She said to me, what about the man? I said, my worry is not the man on this planet, it is every creature. be it the dog, the fish, the tree, the ant. Man always looks in how he can save itself, but my job and your job is what we can save from this planet that we take the totality, not just the man. And with this structure, we carry the knowledge of the planet across the universe. It's you or your forthcoming generation which decides to have a tree look like a Christmas tree in planet Zeus. Because now you carry the total knowledge, the information of. It's very much when you are British, when you go to Spain, you still go for fish and chips. When you're Italian, you go to Australia, you still open a pizza because it brings you home. Now, with this knowledge, you carry the whole essence of creation on this planet across the universe. That's what is called the Universal Council. In time, you will understand. And what we achieved in Dubai is the cornerstones for the next move. You got to realize exactly how now you can manipulate. Do not come and say, I've seen this, have you seen what it does? Of course it has to do. Because now each one of you become master of the play. Now you can deliver energies in through the field interaction, not the liquid interaction. It's a rapid jumps, but we have no choice. There is no choice. By the time you develop these in a rapid condition, and then you can implement it, then we can see how many of this man of earth we can save. When we say man, from now on, it means the totality of the creation on this planet. Do you have the picture sent, Fabio? Almost. Rick, we are sending you a picture from Fabio. If you can open it, then we can see what we're talking about, the interaction of the fields.
Okay, where would that be sent to? I wonder.
Where are you sending it to? On Zoom.
Okay.
On your Zoom link. Is it already gone? Fabio is busy with it. It's done? Yeah, your picture is with you. This picture is important because this brings to you a lot of understanding on the other condition. We have, can you share the screen please with us if you received it?
Did they send it to presenter Rick or to some other Zoom account?
Where did you send it to, Fabio? Presenter Rick.
Okay.
Tell me when you put it on that I put my screen on the large, then we can explain. So what you will see is, can we create a condition that we can produce any kind of shielding, motion, food, and peacefulness within the same structure of the what we call spaceship. Now you decide very simply, very, very simple way, how you are going to control the gravitational magnetic field of the start with a liquid plasma, or some of you will jump directly into the field plasma, that how much you create a smaller gravitational field pull on the top, 3 equals on the base, that in feeding the totality, you create the elusive, what you call spaceship. You have to understand how to control each one. Now you have a given gravitational magnetic field gas pot, which feeds these 3, that are equal, and then instantaneously you want to change slightly to a different field in one, you change, you dive, you increase shielding, or you descend. A lot of people send pictures of what they call spaceships. A lot of pictures you see on the spaceship is opposite to the present space technology, to the present flight technology. If you understood this, how you create shielding, at the present time, we have covered this many times before. At the moment, you have an aircraft, you see the trails of the vapor. You know there is a craft. In the spaceship technology, your craft sits there because you're creating the fields ahead of you to protect yourself. It's a different school of thought, it's a different understanding. And this is what is important. Now you are protected. It's you, through the mixture, decides how depth, what will be the strength of the whole caboodle in this shielding. Do you want a very thick, highly protected because you're going in a massive density, or you choose a massive long where you can go with high speeds. Now this can expand millions of kilometers.
Mr. Kesh, I've got that picture if you...
Yes, okay, I go open. Fabio, we go full screen. We go full screen. Okay, go ahead. You see here we are. I've got it now. If you see it, this is about the boundary of copper oxide, somewhere here. And this is the boundary of, why don't I get the color change? From where? Up here. Okay. So this we get, this is the border of your CO2. You see how the two interact. So what you're going to have is a boundary somewhere here, which is the balance of the two. Still the same copper plates, nano-coated, still the same zinc plate. So you will be able to understand more. Now you can take the water from this container in that central position and measure its strength. See what shield it creates if you look, for example, with the camera. Then what is another material which gives you the thing? Then you understand you have a composite field strength which you did not have, but at the same time it is the same as it should be. If you look, the structure is very interesting. When you look at it, this is the actual boundary. When we look, is this. If I can put it with black, it'll be easier for me to explain. From up, we go with the black. If we look, is roughly like this. Roughly. Yin and yang. Balance of the field. Where we see more push from the copper oxide. Where in that container, due to the position of the material, you don't have only CO2. I show you, if you measure, you have a third element in here. There is a somewhere here, you have a zinc oxide. Don't forget, zinc and copper are very near to each other. What one gives, the other one takes. And then on top of it, you have the pressure of the CO2 too. So in this container, you have a composition of three field forces, which in them create a new condition in the waters above. Try to understand the full structure. In these plastic boxes, which you created your gas in, there is an influence from the plastic gravitational magnetic field on your production too. Have a look. A lot of time, you see a huge more CO2 on the boundaries. If I choose the CO2 as blue, you see your piling on the side, if this was the box, is more on the sides than in the center. Because the gravitational magnetic field of the plastic, which is a carbon-hydrogen bond, has an influence on the production of the zinc too, on production of copper oxide too, on production of the CO2 too. You should have seen that when you had the copper oxide in the containers, and you see the boxes on the walls are always full of oxide. So you do the same, you have the same condition with CO2. So now, this is not to teach you about the GANs, this is to teach you about the gravitational magnetic field of the GANs, what we call the waters of the GANs or liquid plasma. This is enormously important, how the fields here are. What about if you take water from here, from this part? If you take the waters from this part of the box, would it be the same if you take water from this part of the box? Are you taking more of the yang or the yin? Are you taking more of the balance energy? Are you taking more of the understanding of the totality of which one? Remember something which is very important. This will come for you to understand much clearer in the coming time. Can we reduce the screen, please, Fabio? Can we reduce the screen? Yeah. I want the board. Oh, yeah, I have no access to the board. I want the whiteboard. Okay. Yeah, access rights. Now, if you go back in what I just explained previously, where you had your core, and then you had your core, and you fed, let's say, copper oxide here as a field, and you fed CO2 or whatever else here in the coils.
Rick, can we please have Mr. Cashback?
Pardon?
We don't see you yet. We still see you now. Thank you.
Am I back? Okay.
Yeah.
So what I explained was, now we go to this, when you have the copper coil and the copper core. If we fill up the core with zinc oxide and the copper oxide, and the other one with, let's say, CH3, then you create another system which is totally the reverse. You put the CH3 inside, and you put the copper oxide in the coil. What do you get? The balance of the two creates the twin system. What gives, the other one has to take. What the other one dictates will do the same. Then this is how in space you allow another craft to enter or to exit. This is what you call the portholes of the space. The parallel system creates opposite to you, but in an equal measure, because it's of the same, you allow entry, you allow porthole. These are the gateways into entry and exit in any spaceship technology. And you only allow what is to be there because it matches yours. In a further technology, in a further development, you can always keep a constant condition, but allow walls which create different shielding. So you can increase your shielding even against aircrafts. You don't harm, you don't destroy, but you do not allow. What happens? We've seen this in the number of tests. If you have an aircraft which is approaching, but you don't want it to be near you, you'll find out the craft will go like this. This will teach the man of military very rapidly in the next couple of weeks of teaching. Which means there is no threat, there is no possibility of any nuclear attack, any intrusion. We make the space so safe that the safety forces peace. You need this because when you go in the deep waters, there are different densities of water at different levels. You need to keep a constant shielding, but you need to change the other shields according to the change of the environment when you go. On Earth, you are in a condition of the liquid water. What about in other stars, in other galaxies, in other dimensions of the field motion in the universe? This technology allows you to travel in the full spectrum of the universe in any strength, as long as within the structure you don't forget and put the registered record of the amino acid of the man in the texture of the plasma. Because the plasma changes according to the strength it receives, now your reactor dictates the change in the plasma of the amino acid of the man. So if you understood what I just drew on the pictures here, now in your amino acid core, you receive a new dimension of energy. The amino acid is part of this structure. You are the satellite. You are the other craft. So accordingly, your field changes with this, which means the human entity will live anywhere across the universe, does not matter what fields you change. Because you embedded a base value, which is the amino acid of the man. All it needs to do, even your DNA is amino acid based. It will rotate according and it gains and shows that the strength of the boundary. So man can live in any position in space. Because you have embedded the what we call the base data field strength. The totality of the knowledge is understanding the balanced interaction of the fields. If you understand this part, you can develop technologies that can easily dictate the conditions you need, the conditions you want, the conditions of what could and what can be. You have a condition of Alzheimer's. It's the emotional condition. You can understand, you have the field strength, you strengthen the field strength Man remember everything instantaneously because you satisfy where there is a lack of emotion. You have a condition of, let's say, Parkinson. You do the same. You got to realize now it's you who decides. We start the trials with the doctors already. And from the following week, in the Wednesday afternoons, we start teaching man of medicine. In the mornings, we teach military. In the afternoons, we teach man of medicine. So if you're a doctor, within the next 2 weeks, we'll open a channel. You have to certify that you passed our security structure, or we can do a very nice thing. We give all your details to man of military to check if you are real. They tell us yes, then they teach you the help. It's good when you work with military people. They have access to everything. So if you claim you're a doctor, we give you to the what you call your own country and your own nation to confirm if you're really a doctor, if you're good at it, we teach you. This is a good thing when you collaborate in an open platform. It's very strange, huh? If you give an American to the Pentagon to clear you, he's a doctor, and they say yes, so we teach you. Then you help the Chinese or the Russians in the time of disaster or your own nation. As I said, we enforce peace through the understanding of the technology. So if you are a man of medicine, a man of true health, not any other way claiming to be a doctor or a man of a physician, you can join us on the health teachings. My teachings gradually in the public will reduce and will increase in the specific directions for a specific groups. The space and military will be taught at the same time because it's combined, and the health will be done separately. So most of the Wednesday teachings will become a full-time teaching for the specialization for the man of health or peace. We don't call them the army of war, we call them the art of the peace. When they have this knowledge, they know how to use it for peaceful application. As I said very recently, and I repeat it to those who understand, military cost is the same if it's the time of war or the defense or you're doing nothing. You still pay the same soldiers from National Reserve to sit in the boat in the middle of nowhere in case somebody might do something. Now use the same military man to build the schools, the roads, and build units for people to feed themselves. So it's still part of the national expenses, but is used in a peaceful application. This is where we change the guns to bullets of peace. This is how this technology will be used. Number of world leaders have a started understanding. We do not need huge armies to be able to defend when there is no borders to defend, but we can create a condition where the expenses of the military can be used for the peaceful application and development of peace in every nation, plus across one nation, one planet. It's very strange the way this will shape up in the coming weeks. We have started certifying the process for the health application. What we launched as the health, as the plasma, as what now we call the materials which we'll be using for the upcoming development and testing of the trial cases for the what we call the food supplements. We are acquiring health certificate for the application, which means by the time they start the trials, we have certification that the materials can be used. This is part of the process when you have good friends in good places. So all the materials which will be used in the upcoming test carry certification, and we have two choices. For us to produce material in the mass, it will become very difficult. What we're planning to do is these trials, which you are submitting to, we give you the blueprint from the beginning, that you produce the material, not us, but you become and you accept to become part of the trial recording. This is important. The way we gave you the blueprint and you created the MAGRAPH system, you did the health system. Now we give you the blueprint. You want to become part of registration of the knowledge for the man. We give you the blueprint, how to make the products for the lotion for the body and everything else. If you can't do it, we show you where to get it and how to get it. That we don't become accused of practicing medicine. It's you who practice yourself. We just give you the blueprint. You understand very carefully. This way, we do it collectively. Those who are sitting trying to create mayhem, your hand is glued to the table for your own health. So what it means, in the coming days, when we send you the application acceptance, where you paid, we give you an option. You can use the blueprint and follow us, or we tell you how, and we get you the material which is certified by health application. So nobody is practicing medicine. Everybody practicing to serve themselves. So when you decided that the orange juice, lemon juice, and honey was a good thing for your cold, now you decide they can't put you in prison because you tested it. We give you the blueprint that you create the material for yourself. We run a massive trial for saving humanity, and it's shame on those who find themselves one after another needing to change position to be able just to catch up with the knowledge which is released. The important thing for us is one thing: delivery of the knowledge as fast as possible in every aspect, and we will do it from now on through government apparatus as much as the public. The public teachings will be kept, but collaboration with the structure of military, the structure of the space, the structure of the health system set up by humanity in past centuries to be here today will be used for the peaceful application. The problem is not a problem. Now is how many solutions we can find to overcome the problems. There are millions of Keshe Foundation supporters. We pass it on to you. We open the channels. It's for you to test. I have put the whole knowledge of the creation on this board in past months. And each one of you have decided. Some made the coils, some made the GANs, some made the use of the GANs, some made the coils for the health test. And now, this is one of the options of creating a plasma from the fields and not from matter state anymore. This is the beauty, and how you can create such a condition is entirely up to you. It's entirely how simple you make the systems. We still will produce the MAGRAPH systems. We still will produce the belts and everything else, because it needs to reach the man who doesn't understand. It's for you to bring to the platform of the Keshe Foundation as a whole worldwide how easier we can help each other to produce systems that it can be done. We are testing. We'll start the process. It'll take us a few weeks. What we said, the night and day panels. Giovanni is at it. We'll see how much energy we can produce more at night than the daytime. We already have achieved in the daytime. Now we want to increase the production of energy at night without burning any fuel, using gravitational magnetic fields of the planet. Once we see the data in collaboration with other scientists, which we are working, and we encourage to join us, then you'll find out you don't need even to burn fuel at night. You can use the energy plasmatic condition, as you see on this board, of the planet itself to create energy for the man itself. In a way, when you walk on this planet, you absorb this energy. When you sleep on it, you absorb the energy. Now, we are creating a simple system to absorb this energy that can be changed to what you like. Heat, light, or anything else. The process is ongoing. The development is ongoing. For those of you who have produced the gas materials, for those of you who produce the copper coils, for those of you who produce the big coils, for those of you who have managed to create the GANs, liquid plasma, and the fields, the challenge is very simple now. The challenge is how I'm going to go. I need to go to the next page. I go forward, okay. Or do I go backwards? No, I want to go page 2. I go to page 3. How do I go to the next page, Fabio? If I press, it'll go disappearing, huh? If you touch that, I'll go to a new page. I wanted to keep my old page. Still there? Yeah, okay. Go. No, I want a clear page, please. Okay, this next page. Thank you very much. So now it comes to a very simple understanding. How do we use the systems to absorb energy from the planet without burning any fuel, understanding the properties of the nanomaterial, understanding the structure of the nanomaterial, understanding the new process which we just taught you. Can you develop a technology which, by using nanomaterial embedded in Earth, embedded on the surface of the planet, you have the Earth. We need a system which is so close, like a herb, that can absorb anything which comes out of the planet. You can move it anywhere. Don't forget, you created a system, you call it the solar system. Now we are looking for Earth magnetic gravitational systems. You can bed coils inside the planet, nano-coated, but you have to understand how. You can create field detectors with a plasma GaN system, which we just explained, that only absorbs certain given energies that you can run your energy system. The same gravitational system, according to what the planet releases in what corner, you adjust it, you absorb the energy at night, because the magnetic gravitational field from the planet is constant. You cannot change it just because you are, let's say, in Washington, or you're in Beijing, or you're in Moscow, or in Tehran. It's the same. The same kind of field, the strength comes up roughly about the same. So we should be able to create systems which the gravitational magnetic field matches what we need to create energy for light or food or whatever. We don't look into the deep space for what comes out from the stars or from the solar system. This technology, now that we understand more of, we can rely on the structure of the planet itself if need be. And this is the process which we have started here in Italy, and soon the Italian scientists hopefully will give us the answer. This is all lying on the shoulder of Giovanni. This is what we have started in the past couple of weeks. And now we're going to understand how not only using nanotechnology, not only using the gas technology, but we use the plasma, liquid plasma, and the field plasma to create conditions that we absorb from this planet, which releases so much field that creates what we call magnetical and gravitational, to create as much energy as you need at the point of demand. We looked into the stars, but we forgot that this planet itself is creator of huge fields. That field gives it its atmosphere. And if you understood the work of the herbs and the plants according to where they are, what they position, what they absorb, now we make herbs condition, root condition, according to what it needs in the atmosphere of the planet itself. It's very, very simple. It's extremely simple. And I know our friends in the group of 7, 8 who are sitting on the line, getting translated to, very quickly you can produce these with the crystals which you are looking at and I've seen the picture of. Embed them in the ground, embed them in different positions from the earth, and feed them with the liquid plasma to start with, and then see what extra you get than what you put in. Measure it, create a condition of the demand of the flow that allows absorption of the fields from the planet. By just putting it in one position, it does not give you what you need. You have to create a demand on one side that allows the extraction of the fields from the planet. In the past few days, we've seen, especially those who came to Dubai, showing new systems, new structures. We've received a beautiful system from our Chinese friends in regarding the health application systems, the vertical systems. Rick, would you like to share us the pictures we received from China, from Shenzhen?
Yes, second here.
You see, all you need to do is to add the knowledge. You see the pictures coming. I'll go to full screen. Hello. Okay. The pictures are very simple. We've seen this with our people in Austria. We've seen this with Philippines. We've seen this with the others. We've seen this with the guys from the United States who are making the vertical system. These are the vertical system which is done in China, and it's very simple how now we don't see the full picture. We see 3 side pictures. If you want to show the systems first. Hello.
It's not. Do you see it there? Okay, just a second.
Picture by picture.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do here. Just a second, see what's going on.
So what you see here is for our Chinese friends to take it to the next level. Chinese Cash Foundation in Shenzhen is the first group. We allow them to produce systems for demonstration and teaching to be sold on Chinese eBay, which this allows them to finance their activities and teachings. So you see how advanced they are, how they work, and in a coming time, teaching centers will allowed to commercialize their system for finances themselves, for teaching and not for commercialization. This is what you see is two systems. What you see here on the top is, can we have the second picture, please? Yeah, this is the system side to side. And the third picture, please. How simply is applied. We thank the Chinese Keshe Foundations. You are very strong and we respect your work. This is how it's going to be and how simple. Now, if you go back to one picture backwards, please, to the first one, the other way. Now, if you take and change these to the new reactors which we thought today, now you see how simpler the proposition becomes. That's the helmet. This is psychological, this is emotional, physical. These are the dumpers. It's amazing how different knowledge seekers around the world are developing the same understanding according to what they see, and they're adding to the knowledge of the man. This is the same structure as we've seen in the cups I used for years. We are expecting for what we call Austrians to give us an answer in regarding the use of the helmet and the system in Austria. Is Klaus there? Have we managed to get the CT scan of the brain yet? Hello? Do we have our guys from Austria online? Rick, do you see them?
I'm just checking there. Let's have a look.
There are a lot of you, there are a large number of you who are building these systems. You're doctors, you're scientists. Please, as I said in the teaching in Dubai, if you are a man, a technician who built it, work in conjunction with doctors. It's them who decide, unless you have a full knowledge of the physical structure of the body of the man. You build them, you understand them, you explain to the doctors. This weekend, we start a collaboration with doctors in a different way, and we start meeting with the scientific organizations who are actually coming to Aleta tomorrow, I think, if I'm correct, yeah? So that we start collaboration with the world of scientists who understand and they want to test the parameters. We do not disclose any more names and addresses that those who are paid by governments to disrupt get their field day, they get their payday. Get their payday by helping humanity, but not destroying humanity. And we've seen a lot of these things around. Now we bring in collectively as man of science, technologists, to deliver technologies which is tested and will be delivered by the man of science who understand with the certification which satisfies those. Let's see how much we can develop into the next step. These systems you build, if you change and develop to the next step into the GAN system, into the field reactors and how you fill them, you will find out the interaction and the operation will be very, very rapid. Some of you at the moment use the salt water here. If you understood the process of the whole structure, why don't you use, and you understood that if in the reactor you added GaNs of lead, you extracted field, here you need a very small container which the line connected to of lead water, no more. You don't need such a bucket as a salt. For the human body, if you need to do it, you just add to the container of a gas of sulfur, sorry. So you don't need such a bucket. You just put a gas whenever you need it for a very short millisecond into the gas of the sulfur, and what you need to dump will be dumped in there because it's absorber. If you do the same, you can extract, but this needs a man of science to develop it fully. The safest way for you at the moment is the salt water. But if you understood in the development, you can use gas or liquid plasma or the field plasma of the field which you extract or you want to be going across the system, which is not needed, into the field power. This brings us back to what we explained, and this brings us back into how this technology will be used in the support of what we set up as what we call Universal Council. As a lot of you know, the Universal Council prime or first what I call group were selected the way we introduced in the way. We have at this moment 71 members of the council in 21 languages. And in time, the 71 will become 71 languages. The meeting of the first 71 to be built up to 144 will take place on the 9th, 10th, and 11th of September in city of Rome. We announce the meeting point, the conference, limited numbers, and we close all applications very rapidly, as now is in Europe, and we know a lot of people will want to come in. Total capacity is limited. We have booked a place, and the members of the council, all 71 of them, will be present in that meeting. Then from that point on, the council will make the decisions on the future condition and direction of how they want to operate and the base rules for creating fees and the rest as they are nominated and selected to be. So I know Rick asked me, can we show some pictures of the conference last week in Dubai? If you like, you can share it. Those who were there, they can tell you what they learned. And these are some of the pictures, if you want to see, of the progress and the conference. The members of the council will work on the Universal Council. We have already purchased universalcouncil.org and .com. That only will be exclusive to the member of the councils to be able to work according to the ethos of the foundation's work. Would you like to share some pictures? A lot of people were asking if we can see, because we do not broadcast. The meetings, recordings will be kept in archives and then will be broadcasted. But this is some of the pictures taken by the people who participated in the conference.
Okay, we need to remove the annotation. Let me see, maybe I can do that with...
you got to do it.
Clear, rather. There we go.
Okay. You're
in charge of this. Let me get the live stream set up here. Whoops.
You are now in charge of annotation.
Yeah, I just made a line in the, on the drawing.
What I want to do, I want to close it. I think it'll be the best. No, you have the control now.
Okay, I'm still just getting the live stream set up, and we'll have a look here at, I just have some random pictures right now we'll have a look at, and there's probably other suggestions as well. Let me...
These are the pictures taken by participants, some of them. So it's totally random, and Rick wanted to show some.
Right, okay, so this is of the...
We can't see the thing on our screen.
Okay, let me try to reshare it, I guess. Can you see it now?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good. Okay, well, this is at the beginning of the conference where people are getting ready to go in, I believe, and we can see the, I believe this is the hotel where the conference was taking place. And so people are getting ready to go in and meandering about. I can see I recognize Francois from Quebec there, and other people are getting ready. There we see Ali smiling away there. That's a good shot. Let's carry on and see quite a variety of people involved from all countries of the world. It's a beautiful sort of auditorium or stage setting here. This is the before the people show up. It's a particularly interesting shot, I thought. And apparently there was a buffet before the event. There's a few food shots there. And we see Caroline in the midst of many people there. I'm sure she's had literally hundreds of conversations during her time. There's a check-in picture and more milling about at this point outside the actual Okay, thank you, Vince. Anything you can add to this? Because I wasn't there and you were. So definitely.
It was the excitement of the meeting everybody for the first time and figure out who everybody is. It was quite the get together. I remember when I was getting people to come back in from the little breaks that we had. It was quite difficult to pull people away from their conversations to come back to the conference because everybody was talking amongst themselves.
Lots of selfies too, probably. That's the thing that's in these days, it seems. Okay, what happened here? To go back to where I was. Okay, there. Some more pictures of the auditorium setting. Now we have a speaker that many of us will recognize. Probably everyone should recognize by now. It's been around at least for a while, and that's Armin. So been interesting to hear what he had to say. Lots of people paying attention to that. You can see Mr. Kesh in the background screen, who was delivering teaching through that method. And now we have Ali delivering a speech as well. Thought that was a good shot. as is this one. It's interesting, the huge video of relationship of man with its own self, and then it's kind of a tiny alley down in the corner here. And it's
Probably also say thank you to Richard and Vernie for some of the great pictures that they got from the conference
To
there.
everybody, Vince.
Yes, I think Vernie took these shots. There's also ones from
Caroline, to Ella, to
Caroline,
and
Richard.
Ross.
Yeah, so many. There's so many shots that it's hard to put it all together. So I'm just taking ones that I got here from Vernie to. Oh, there's food shots. That's interesting.
That's the lunch table.
Wow.
We chose one of the most prestigious hotels in Dubai. It's befitting the selection of the Universal Council. The food is interesting. Can we carry on?
Yes. Okay. So. Again, there's lots of pictures of people interacting. There's Renan.
Oh, that's Giovanni.
Oh, is that Giovanni back there? Yes.
Can we go to the conference? Can you go further down?
Yes. Again, food. Okay, now we're setting up. That was a picture of Vince there. It'd be good to have a shot of Vince and Stanley, who were instrumental in setting up the instruments for sound and video.
These are the afternoon workshops, the open question session. Can you go further down? Now, this is the morning of the second day. These are the new members of the council, the Universal Council. They are selected in a new way, and we will see their operation and their work in the coming time in Rome. The structure is set. These are the new members of the council, and they will decide, as I said, in the future programs of the foundation and the work for promoting peace with the tools they have. They have, for the first time, the financial means and the strength through what we will deliver to them through the world armies to create environment of peace. We will use, in conjunction with the core team which sits within the inner sanctions of the foundation, with the Universal Council, with the help of the military to create peace. These people will deliver the message of peace, the working of the peace, to each language nation. What language nation means you're Spanish, you're Greek, you're Chinese, you're Arab. You become one member of the council. There are no borders. It's the languages as we all live across the world. We have Chinese in South America as we have in Africa and in China. We have the same with all the nationalities. You see the core for the first time establishing. These are 71 members of the core team which have been elected or selected, and we announce their work, and in time you can reach them according to the language in the coming time. It means you dial or you go on the internet, you want to request, you want to contact them, Spanish at universalcouncil.org, Chinese at universal.org. So it means in any language of the world, you have a member council which decides the future of humanity. As you see, it's all color, races, and religions all on one board. And you meet the whole 71 in Rome on the platform. and they will become the decision makers of the future. And with them will bring, as I said, the support of the nations to support their decision, because there will not be any voting. It is made by decision of the consent of the soul, and they will learn how to operate. This is the explanation of how the council will operate and how they will expand to cover more or less every language on this planet and in the universe. Next, please.
You see the back of your head there, Mr. Cash.
Bold, not much hair left, huh? I hope it emits so much knowledge in the back and the front.
We see Giovanni has that same issue.
Yes. It comes with the age.
Age and knowledge.
And knowledge, yeah. As I said in the conference, the hotel which we held this conference in, the Sheikh of Dubai, His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed Rashid Al Maktoum, has a house in this hotel. There's a villa. So you actually lived amongst the kings and the rulers. They were representative of governments here, and in a way they were there to see and check what we do and how we are. You see Mr. Muhammad from Kuwait and the Arab delegation, the Arab member of the council, Arab speaking. This is the Flemish speaking Caroline, Netherlands. Can we have some more pictures? Go back, go back, go back. Yes. Stop, go back. Where Caroline was. Go forward, I think. Yeah. You see there, this is Dr. Buta from Kenya. And he is a highly valued scientist. Now he's moved to Kenya to establish the Keshe Foundation in Kenya. And he'll be heading the agriculture section of the Keshe Foundation worldwide, as is his field as a what do you call it, as a scientist in that field. He's already started, as I read from him this morning, the agricultural land for testing for materials, which is being done there. You've got to understand that between Dr. Gutta, Benjamin and Alex, we set up the whole structure. The meeting in coming time, he's due to go to Ghana to operation that is there, and we're getting a lot of what they call development in Africa through these people which are helping each other to help these three leaders in Africa to bring the technology to be understood by the government. Through these people, we work in the structure of the government, not the public. As I said, Benjamin is working through the Ghanaian Atomic Energy Authority. The same will be with Dr. Gata, and the same will go to, at the moment, with Alex, which is working through the public side. This is the lady from Italy. We know her, Stephanie, or Stefano. This is the manner of thinking. Can we go further down? They come from, that's Ella. They come from different nationalities. 21 nation has 21 languages has already become permanent members on the board. The other 50 will come and bring the other 50 nations of languages which they choose. So the spoken language will be the spoken language of the soul of the man, not the word of the man. And you will see the Chinese had a huge delegation of about 12 people in the council. In time, these 12 would have spread to cover the whole of the Chinese-speaking languages which exist within China. And it will be the same with the French and the others, because even though they speak one language, but they have different native languages which they'll be used to add to the member of the council. Any more pictures, please? These are the paintings used Gans to develop. And you see the candle of peace made by the Austrian Keshe Foundation. We have already brought this candle here, is at the center, and if Fabio, I can show it to you in the future picture. This candle is okay, we can go to it afterwards. It's already here in the center and it's been connected. Next picture, please. The number of the audience was, as we accepted, approximately 144, which we needed to establish the 144 languages. It's left with the soul of the man to choose. In Rome, we have limited the numbers to 400 from public. Can we go to the final picture? This is the auditorium. Renan giving a talk. I'll leave it to you, Rick. Carry on.
I presume you were, excuse me, you were giving a talk here, Mr. Kesh, or at least in the background. Let's carry
Was
on.
at the closing of the conference.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a picture of you somewhere, very interesting, where you popped out.
Yes, there's.
This is the open discussions outside in the afternoon. It was a question answering. That was the first day, and then this is after lunch. And that's the second day. That's the gala dinner. Don't forget, within this hotel, world leaders walk and live. Within the compound of this hotel, there are 3 world presidents who have private villas. Most probably you met them, you've been amongst them without you knowing. This is a hotel with villas, added extension to it, and they walk amongst people commonly. And you had the representative amongst you in the both presentations. The 2 men of intelligence, Alex and Armin.
So Vince had a little bit of fun.
I think too much drinking cola. This is how it'll be. The Rome event. Oh, that's Brennan and his wife. Beautiful couple. The Rome event is set totally in a different way. We have set the Rome event in a way that more of the public can attend to become part of the council. There is a deliberate choice for the event in Rome. We've gone from one to the other, that we allow a large number of people to be attending, and then they become member of the council. This is the picture. This is the final picture of the people who attended the conference. with a very guardian looking of a.
I couldn't believe it. Mr. Cash actually sent me this picture, and I couldn't believe it. Where I was hovering over the crowd here, I had no idea that that was taking place during that time. Probably the people taking the picture didn't know either. But anyway, it's a funny coincidence. Oh, you set it up that way. Okay, yeah. That's quite a crowd from all over the world. It's amazing cross-section, actually, of people of all shapes, sizes, places, and you know, different types of abilities and so on, all with a common agreement to be there, and that's amazing.
Well, Cara, some of you might not know, but I sent a woman to Dubai as my wife. I've got a totally depleted woman back when she arrived 2 days ago from Rome. They've been working round the clock. People have been sharing knowledge day and night. The conference wasn't just a meeting as it is. As I hear, even after the gala and it's running into Sunday and the day before as they arrived, knowledge has been shared so equally amongst everyone, freely. What they learned, what they wanted to understand, what was their question, and what they brought. Some of them brought their materials and systems with them to share knowledge. And in the Rome conference, we have accommodated rooms for the people who want to develop this side. The Rome conference is set to start on Friday at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock in the morning, runs the whole of Friday into Saturday, and Sunday we'll leave the whole place open for sharing knowledge, discussion, and development of new technology. We expect, hopefully, if the knowledge of man reaches maturity, to see the flying systems for the first time brought by man to be shown. So there is a very limited numbers. We have taken the whole ground floor of the hotel in a way that we have a total freedom. In Dubai, there was a time restrictions due to the security structure. In Rome, it's a 24 hours opening. In Rome, you can attend from Thursday afternoon and leave on Sunday night. If you want, you can bring your sleeping bags and even sleep on the floor. We have had to go this way because there is so much knowledge, so much hope, and there is so much friendship that a lot of these people have only seen maybe 6 or 10 hours of sleep during the whole conference, 3 days. So we have changed it because in the way there was a lot of restriction with security, and one of the reasons I could not be there. And with this, in Rome, we bring it into the hand of the foundation. You will meet the member of the council, and you will hear, you can ask what you need, what you want, and as I said, into the conference. All the financial resources of the Keshe Foundation will be at the disposal of the council for achieving peace, tool makings that brings peace, and on the other hand, that have the full say on the process of peace. You want to say something? Caroline wants to say because she was there and she has a lot to say. She's a member of the council. They cannot speak. They speak on their own. The process of the council is very simple. No council member can speak on behalf or for the council. They work through their souls and not through their words. So let's see what she has to say. Oh, you can, yeah, you can use that one. You don't need mine. Yep.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
I want to thank every single person who was not even there, because the feedback to the groups which were working were a lot coming from outside. Everybody wanted to know what was going on with everybody who was there. And the only thing I could observe was everybody was working somewhere in a corner, openly, in the gardens, walking, talking, discussing, sharing. But not only because I was mainly in one hotel. When I got to go to the other hotels, I saw the feedback. They did exactly the same thing. Who were staying in Atlantis, the ones who were staying in Antara, they were all working. I bumped into people which just came out. They said, we just finished a meeting. I have not slept. I have not seen my bed. I'm going from one thing to another. And the only thing they're talking about is what they have achieved, what they have not understood. And then they start really opening up and pointing to other people where they could get some help. It was just absolutely amazing. Nobody has much seen their beds. They just were.
They paid for it.
As I said when I came out, I don't even know why I paid for my bed or my room. I just paid for a shower or a breakfast and some dinner somewhere, because a lot of you have not seen any of that tranquility. It was just trying to achieve as much as we could with the given time. I thought to Mr. Gesh, we have to make sure people can stay together. This going and coming was really interrupting a lot of people sharing, but they had to go because we could not keep them all in one place. So we have fixed this out, that there is no restriction next time. Everybody can stay and just carry on missing your beds, missing your breakfast, because I'm 100% sure this will happen again. The beauty was that there was no language barrier. I did not see anywhere any language barrier, because somebody always knew somebody who could do the translation. They always called somebody in for help. Even with the Chinese people, I had no problem because there was always somebody very helpful to translate for the people who couldn't understand. It went a bit slower, but they still got the message across. Until the last minute I got into the taxi, a translator just popped up from somewhere to translate for a Chinese person who couldn't understand. Or he understood, but he could not express himself. He still is in the learning process. So I have not seen country barriers or language barriers, because everybody was sufficient enough to find the support. And that's why everybody was so calm, so peaceful, and they were so happy. Because if you have watched the pictures, everybody's smiling. From the beginning till the end, everybody was happy. And I thank all of you. You have done a great job. Thank all of you.
Well, thank you too, Caroline, because you've done so much work, and Mr. Kesh saying you're exhausted after this trip, it would make sense. It's been probably quite a thing to go through, and I know that just from the pictures alone, you appear in so many pictures with so many people. It's obviously you're interacting with everyone virtually all at once, and spreading that joy and that wakefulness, that's part of that spirit that seems to infuse the whole Dubai conference. And once people got orientated at the beginning, then it was full steam ahead. It seems it's just great to hear and see. Thank you.
Any output from anybody else in respect to the conference? we see the groups when we announced the language, where there were a number of people in speaking the same language. They had to gather as a group and decide, this is a Chinese group. We had 12 of them. We have 12 members of the council from the Chinese-speaking language, and they become the members of the council. Don't forget, China is spread in number of languages and is more or less 1/5 of the world population. They will represent in the different languages in the council. Everyone carries equal amount of input according to their souls and in respect to what they can deliver to the community. Thank you very much for the pictures, Rick. But next week we will put the booking for the Rome conference. We put a very limited time on it, and we will take it off because there's a very limited number of the seats, very limited of the hotels. September is one of the busiest times in Rome. To be able to find a large number of beds in the same hotel has became a challenge. I had to go to Rome last Monday to make sure we have accommodation. We're splitting the group into 2 hotels near each other, but the conference center stays open in one place with a large number of accommodations, something like 200 beds in one hotel where the conference will be held. The same way we will hold till the last minute when is needed for the people who come to Rome for the place of the hotel for the security reasons. We saw a lot of clandestine activities going around by the people in different locations which we wanted to interrupt, and in so many ways with the tight security and the way we kept it closed without anyone knowing, a number of people who were there to cause problem never could find even the hotel where it was. As we saw in the live stream, last time they were asking each other, where is the hotel? Does anybody know where it is? So we keep it safe because there are those who are the enemies of humanity and they work on the banner of everything is wrong, whatever we do. So now we have a guy who has built a system himself and he's allowing people to use it, and we advise him to ask the doctors to work and collaborate with him. He wanted to show his system today. If he's online, he can show it. He was in the Dubai conference. He wanted to show his system. No, not that. Rick, do you see anyone?
Well,
Vince Gold. Yeah.
Vince, pardon me? Vince would know?
Who it is, because we asked Vince to give him allocation of time this morning.
Do you see them there, Vince? Yes, that might be helpful. Pardon me?
Torbjorn Morstad.
Torbjorn Morstad.
Right.
He is from Norway.
Let me check the other. No, I don't have
If
a.
you want to go on camera, can we go on camera, Fabio? Can we come to our camera here?
Yeah, we're on camera. Oh, you mean?
Yeah, but we go on focusing. This is one. Our little mascot is with us today. This is the gentleman. He's made a brochure about the conference, and it's the plasma. He has built his own system, and you can see it in Norway. And we have asked him to bring it in collaboration with the others And this is how they are teaching in Norway. He's made a booklet and the systems which has been built by the Norwegian Trust Foundation for the conference in Dubai. So if he's there, he can show his system because he has developed and is testing it. A lot of people go to him, he says. So we said we give you a platform to speak. If he's there, he can speak. Do you see him? No? Maybe he hasn't recovered from Dubai yet. Maybe next week. Is there anything else anybody wants to share?
Yeah, I think there are some things. Just a second here. Vince, did you want me to? Not sure what I'm supposed to share from that. Is it camera uploads? Is that it? Camera uploads? Plasma battery? I'm looking at the Zoom chat. I clicked on the link that you sent me. It has my Dropbox or the my Dropbox, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to click on. That's the thing. I don't see the dates aren't today's dates, and I don't see any files that are new. Not sure where to go with that one. So maybe we'll have to wait on that particular one. What else did we have here? There was. Did anyone else in the panelists have something in particular to present? There was two other people that had their hands up. I can promote them and see what they have to say. Anybody have something to add to the teaching today? Here's I have a note in the Zoom from Della Burnham. Is it possible to say something about Dubai?
Hello, it's Dominique.
Okay, hello.
Hello, from France. I just have a little video to show, and maybe I ask some explanation on it, because it's a little thing I buy in Dubai because I was at the event, and I put I put guns, seawater guns in a little thing, and I saw that the little star who go down usually go up, because only I change inside the thing. You want to show this little video?
What do you think, Mr. Kesh? Is that something that
I don't know what is discussing.
well, I think you're talking about something that normally goes down, but it goes up when you put in the seawater GANs. Is that what you're saying? Do you want to, maybe we should show it if it's a video.
We gain knowledge. We don't lose anything. We learn something new.
Okay, so do you know how to share your video or your screen?
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure your screen is covered. We don't see any of your programs.
Is it correct like that?
Yes.
I can see it. Mm-hmm.
Is this a GANS water or the GANS mixture in there?
It's a sea guns, seawater gun.
Okay.
I'm sure.
Can you play the video? We see what you're trying to explain to us, please.
Yes. Do you see? Do you see now?
Yes. What
Yes.
is?
It's just a little thing I buy in Dubai, and the little star go up, and when I put it in water, they go down.
I don't understand. Can you explain?
The little star.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm wrong, but
Particles going up.
it's just to show how the gravitational field is different because of the seawater guns.
But you usually, if you leave it, does it settle?
The guns go down, but usually the little star go down too. But in this guns water, sea guns water, they go up. That's
The lights you mean inside the water?
pardon.
You mean the lights, which you see, the blue lights and
There
the
are
red
little
lights?
stars. There are little reflective stars in there that are.
This we can explain. It is the interaction of the different materials within the GANs. This is what we said. You will see these when your fields start interacting. What you are showing us, in fact, is what the people who start running these new core reactors should be able to see. I said to Armin last week or a couple of weeks ago, get a crystal glass ball when you create these. This is how you will see the shine and the lights, what we call the light in the sky. You're showing it for the first time. We've seen this before. So what it is the interaction of the plasmatic magnetic field inside the ball, which their interaction leads with the release of the magnetic fields at the light division of the man. So what you see as the stars or the lights in the ball is the first time demonstration of what we were talking and what we said this morning, that now you show it with the beauty, or by using gas water, you have a collection of the gases, whatever is on this planet. I showed you the copper and CO2 this morning in the container here in the lab. In the gases of seawater, you have every full spectrum, whatever material floating in the gas water in the seawater. So in one way or another, some of them, the same as what you saw in the container, they interact and they release a field. That's why you see the lights. This is for the first time you show it in public, and this is beautiful what you're showing us. This is what I said to before. You will see light in the crystal ball first, and then you will see it outside. This is a good example, Armand, what I was telling you. If you mix the colors and you see, this is just not interaction of one field. It's the combination of the gases, their field strengths which they interact at the point of the presence of one gas with the other creates the fields of the lights. And you've seen this one, which originally was shown in a way by Douglas. But Douglas had the floating plasma which was coming up. Now with the water of the gas, you have full spectrum of the materials. You have created a mixture of the gases and ganses within the structure. The field positioning dictates these lights where to be. So those of you who start working with the crystal balls and glass balls, you will start seeing these lights. Thank you very much for showing it. I told you, each one of us is a messenger of his own time. And we all come in when the time is right to deliver the message.
Mr.
But
Kess, this is Richard.
Pardon?
Hello, this is Richard.
Yes, Richard.
Hello. Yes, I was creating some LED GaNs, and I had a very fine crystal structure, very white. And when I shook it in the bottle, it gave the same effect with color change. And is that the stuff we're looking for?
Yes.
Very good.
You
I have a whole
find,
bottle of that stuff.
you know what you're looking. We're going to get a lot of you report. Can you keep that light on, please? Can we have the video? Do not disconnect it. Can we go back to the ball? Rick, can we have the picture back?
That'll be up to the person sharing. There we go.
Yeah. You see, this is more or less is a magnetic gravitational positioning of the gases of different plasmas and their interaction with their environment. This is what we said. You will see this. Now that you go into the crystal ball condition, you will start seeing the light initially inside the glass. I was explaining this, as I said, to Arman a couple of weeks ago, and to the 7-8 people group which are listening. This is what you will see, the light inside your crystal ball. And then it'll expand. And then you will see the boundaries. Here you see different colors because of the mixture of the gases. The systems you produce, and as Richard just said, mono-material gases will give you totally different spectrums. We will teach the military specific use of this at a specific range. What it means in a military application, what you see as a light, we can create systems embedded in the structure of the country that repels any nuclear-based material. What it means if you are a country which, if you understand these lights, this is why I teach this. This is especially, the man of military will understand this next week when we start training them, is that you can create a specific condition within the gas of the ball of your system that will not allow, as you see the light sits up, moves to the top, specific GaNs, would not allow any nuclear warhead to enter any country's borders, which means it makes the nuclear weapon technology obsolete. And this is part of the principle of understanding it. A lot of you can create new toys with this structure. If you move the GaNs out and use only the GaNs of the water, you will not even have what you see at the bottom. The only things you should see should be lights without any material in it. So if you empty the GaNs from it, but keep the water, and you will see if you still see the lights without the GaNs. Then it means the full transfer energy.
Mr. Cash?
Yes.
What exactly do you mean by lights? Because as far as I know, these are plastic particles that are part of those snow globes. The interesting...
The water inside these balls behaves as a gas of water. It's not a water anymore. You understand?
Yes, but what lights do you mean? Do you mean these plastic particles?
You see literally light, daylight. You see different shining lights, like your red lights and white lights. You will see this because I've seen it many times.
Hello, Mr. Chris. This is Bernie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me correct you on this part, on this video, Mr. Cash. Yes, you're right on the part of talking about the light and the fields, and that no one can penetrate that one. Yes, you're right. But on this one, I've seen this one also. I've met Dominic, and I've seen this product also at the airport. Those shimmering or those reflecting lights are just like silvery plastic made into strips.
Yes, but they reflect the lights off because they bring it to the matter state.
Yes, Correct, Mr. Kes. But
Yeah.
Dominic pointed out that after he put the SIGANs, usually these strips of silvery-like material fall down below when everything settles down. After adding the SIGANs, he presented it. It no longer fall down below. So it
Yes,
shows that
because of
there is
this
field. Yes.
Yeah, I understand. This is how it will be, because the GANS material, the water, now because of the seawater GANS does not behave as a matter state. So in a
Yes.
way, the plastic pieces play the same game as a crystal in reflecting the energy balance.
Yes, correct.
You understand? So
Yes.
if you what it is now, they don't shine before. Now, because of the environment you create, you in a way nano-coat the matter itself within the plasma. That's why we call it the liquid plasma. If you mix different liquid plasmas together and create a motion, they will start interacting and you see the light. This is what I said to when we showed the core rotating inside the coil. You will start seeing the specific lights in the specific layers. This is the matter state. You see, this is exactly what happens. If you look at it in another way, this is very much like an aura in that spot point where it interacts with the field of the plasma of the entity. So you don't see it across. You see it at a given position when the gas itself at the bottom and or in a position it reduces enough to interact with the matter state plasma, which itself now is part of the structure inside, that it creates reduction in the strength of the fields that it manifests itself in different light strength. So a lot of you should be able to see it with a gas material without the matter state. These are certain particles because now they become part of it. Now everything in that ball is in a gas state. It's like a human body. And these particles you will see. We saw originally this motion with Douglas system. If you mix the mixture in a very different way, you start seeing the lights. And now, if once you start producing the rotating GANS coils and the cores with different materials, you will start seeing all kinds of lights. You will see the cosmos, the lights which you see in the cosmos, you should be able to see them. I did this maybe 7, 8 years ago. In the coil of the, what we call, if you remember, we showed the spikes. Can we go back into, can I have the camera back, please? Can we go on the screen, the whiteboard?
Mr. Kesh, I understand that the Thornton, I believe his name is, may be in the panelists, or sorry, in the viewers. If he is, then if you could raise your hand, do that. And I can't see your name in there, so.
No, let me explain something. I'll tell you how, what we're just discussing. We'll come to this in a minute. If you remember, in the system which I showed before with the spikes, I think it's about 37 of them. This was inside the coil, and each one was connected internally to a platform. You've seen this. We showed this one for the first time in Eindhoven. What I did, I changed and I filled this. This was originally empty. This unit is somewhere here in the lab. We've shown this before. When I filled the whole container with water of different structure. we start seeing different lights at night when it was filled up with water to understand the energy absorption of the GANs of the plasma. This, what you see is that we see with the same structure at night, different lights in different positions. When I used to go outside and look at it in the dark, when you moved it, you see different lights in different places. So the interaction of what was released as a GANs inside these nano-coated materials in the water now was totally in a gaseous state because of this dimension, and we see the lights because of this position. This is what I explained. You start seeing light inside the ball because I've seen this many times, and they float around. And originally, I could not understand the totality, but it became apparent where there is a huge difference between the fields. You could see them sometimes near the specific pins, because these pins which are used were nano-coated in different ways with different purposes. And if you look at the ball, so this is how you start seeing the first color balls. You will see colored rings. You might see, for example, a pink line in one side, and you might see a green line only on the other side. It all depends what material and how the plasma is mixed. That's why I introduced what we call liquid plasma, to make it as more homogeneous. This way, all the gas is sitting at the bottom. So it creates its own field interaction, but in respect to the matter point when it sits down and where it is. If you look at it, the gas liquid at the bottom becomes the sun, and those light balls, which is the matter state on the top, the growing there, because they're in a gaseous state, becomes like the earth, and the interaction, the reduction is so much that it leads to creation of the light because of those matter states inside it. These are the things, as I told you, people come with the knowledge at the point when it's got to be dispersed, and now we've seen it. A lot of you will start seeing, now that you don't use the coil inside, the solid coil, and use the what I call crystal balls and the crystal or glass balls, you will start seeing a lot of these lights at different speeds, different interactions. You will see layers even outside. That's how you know what you have created. The problem with the solid core was that we had a limitation on the gravitational magnetic field, the strength of the matter which created the coil. Now with the glass, with the especially if you can get crystals and the lead crystals, especially balls, you'll find out, you see this very much. You start seeing different lights, very different, very much is like an aura. Different material in the body create different colors of aura because of the interaction of the fields of the gas within the body. It's a very simple demonstration, but it brings forward a lot of things that the man will see. And as I said, it just comes exactly at the right time. Any other thing you want to show, please? Thank you very much for sharing the knowledge.
Yes, we've got Delia Burnham here, who would like to say something about the Dubai conference. She was apparently also met Sorjan at the council. Maybe I just promoted her to panelist. Let's see. Delia, can you there you go. Hello. Yes, hello.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words about what it was like to be in Dubai from one of the council members. So, yeah, I'm one of the English-speaking council members. And yeah, it was a very amazing and beautiful meeting of people. Like Carolina described, we all went from one group to another, constantly between people, and a lot of us really didn't maybe know why we were there at the beginning, and we didn't really know what was going to happen. But that became clear as the 2 days went on, and it was a great honor to be part of what was happening there, to come together from people from all around the world and join as one, and to select a group of people who are totally committed to the practical application of peace on Earth and to represent a peaceful Earth in the universe. So I'm very honored and grateful to be part of what is happening, and I'm here to serve. So I'll be very happy when, as Mr. Cash said, that we have the email addresses for the different languages. I'll be very, very happy to help anybody who writes to the English language email address with whatever I can. So a message of a brother and sisterhood from the council members. That's just what I wanted to share. So thank you. Yes, and I also met Thorbjorn, and it was very funny. I think he's on Zoom now, but I met him on the beach one morning, and he started to talk to us about what he's going to present now. So it's very interesting. So I will leave you to him. Thank you very much, everybody, and I'm very happy to be part of what we are doing together.
Yes, he was just here, but then suddenly disappeared. I'm trying to get him back. I'm not sure why he just suddenly disappeared. Maybe he had a bandwidth problem there or something. Perhaps he'll be back shortly. He was.
Okay, let me explain something. If you find him, can I come in?
Yes, please.
If you are, or if you're aware, or if you're in contact, or if you are part of solar system farming in Europe or anywhere around the world, that is, if you own a solar system farm, if you are part of organization which plan, designs, and delivers as a manufacturer solar system farms which supports the national energy production. We are not talking about those who work at what do you call a solar system on the roof of the house. We are talking solar system farming. Please contact the Keshe Foundation. There is a meeting organized only for the solar system manufacturers and the farm owners in Keshe Foundation, Barletta, on the 20th of May. Contact through webmaster, title it Solar Cell. We pass you on through that you could be present in this presentation. You have to prove that you are a farmer, solar cell farmer, and you have to have the credential to be as part of. The meeting is on the 20th of May at Barletta in the conference center of Barletta, and we only allow people who we check and they are at a high level production. We are not talking a small farmers. People who produce large amount of energy, 6, 10, 20 megawatt of energy per day into the power unit, into the circuit of their national grid. We have organized a meeting. As I said, we use extensively the Keshe Foundation facilities in the interface between the governments and major organizations. You are invited if you pass the clearance as to be a producer, not somebody who just got a small farm. You're invited to the meeting at the 20th of July, 20th of May in Barletta Center. We have to have a clearance for you that you are a major producer. Sometime in May the 28th, or the first week of June, we have the meeting of the press for release of new knowledge, new technology for the major energy producers around the world. This is again, we'll be organizing Valletta Conference Center. And I know a large number of people who work with the solar cell manufacturers. We invite you to this meeting. It will be a closed meeting only for the manufacturers. As I said, the foundation starts to interface with the major corporations and in that level with the energy space. And we announced in the coming weeks, those of you who are manufacturers, especially what we call pharmaceuticals. We organized a meeting for the pharmaceuticals in last week of June, first week of July, hopefully, or sometimes in July, for the pharmaceuticals to attend the conference in Valletta for understanding the use of the new technology for health application as a medicine. This will be submitted with the certification for the use of the material because this technology has to be shared by all the pharmaceuticals. We organize a meeting here at Valletta for by the end of May, sometimes in June, that the materials which we achieve certification for in different countries for the health applications, that is materials which we hope will be for different applications of the health. It will be submitted by the pharmaceutical or the health organizations who collaborate with the foundation. They have applied and they apply on behalf of the foundation for trials and the proof of the products. And as we've done with the manufacturing of the Magra power units, they will supply into the market through their own brands with a conjunction with the logo of the Keshe Foundation across the world. So we have started that collaboration. The test material will be provided to the people who want to collaborate with them. So we have, as usual, we are an Italian-based organization and we work through Italian manufacturers for promotion and development of these technologies and products with the licensing. So if you are as part of pharmaceutical production groups, organizations, and as what we call supplementary products into the health and food, we are organizing a meeting for these people in sometime end of May, sometime in June, with what we have, and it will be submitted by the people who are experts and are the co-partners of the Keshe Foundation in release of these materials with a full license in the world. As we said, we're taking the steps that everything we do is within the structure that we can operate and allow the commercialization of it worldwide. But you still can go on the Keshe Foundation and become part of the trial that you want to be. And as we said, we supply you with the data, the blueprint. What we've decided to do is that we release the blueprint on your acceptance, and then you can decide if you want to use the blueprint to produce the material yourself to follow, or you want us to deliver you the material that you follow and become part of the what we call the evaluation of the knowledge in respect to different diseases and different conditions. So we're bringing in to collaboration pharmaceuticals who have started, we start a procedure for the licensing of the products worldwide and in how they see the materials should be marketed on a pharmaceutical level. And so if you are part of this structure, we know, as we were told, the pharmaceuticals are heavily financed by the Jewish community from Israel. We welcome you as much as the other nations who want to support to be part of development and commercialization of the technology in the open market. So let's have a look what we have here. This is another health use system. Have you managed to find it? Rick? Hello?
Not yet, Mr. Keshe. I don't think he's come back yet. I'm looking under the Names here.
Okay, no problem. Anything else? If it comes back, we'll show them. Is Benjamin anywhere? He's doing a lot of work in the background, but we want to know if he's got anything to show us. Okay, no problem. I think it's time to stop for today. We have thought a lot, and again, I would like to thank the group which is getting translated to the 7-8 groups which are working on the what I call the glass and crystal balls. Please go back into the understanding the way I explained. Go back into understanding the interaction of the fields when you make these systems. I know you're working for a disaster conditions for rapid response. So one of the first things you have to look for is creating light and shelter. As I said, create a system with huge difference balances in absorption and then one in repulsion. So what it means, if you create a massive absorption, like with a lead, in absorbing so much, you create a channel for what I call the release of the material. You'll find out one leads to the other, and the gravitational becomes magnetical on the switch of time. You will see the creation of the shield, and you will see the creation of the light. You got to realize, I explained this because I know you're working on it. I'm fully aware, it's been explained to me, what you're trying to do. You've been working since last week to develop this very rapidly. Don't forget the use of the two motors, a very small ping pong ball size crystal. Now I have taught you the new system. If you can do that, apply it, you will achieve very rapid interaction. Use, if you can, lead in the internal tube. And then use the CH3 on the outside. The CH, because of the hydrogen plasma gas condition, releases very rapidly huge amount of energy, which can create light and the boundary and the shelter, and this is your aim. So if you want to do that, or you can insert a crystal ball inside another, fill up the two, create the rotation in two different conditions. You do not have any more problem with, as we had with the vacuum condition, because water sealant condition is very common. You don't need to spend a fortune to create a watertight, seal tight. And if you can develop it to the next step. Our dear professor, who is the coordinator for these groups, please explain in a very simple way. If there is any need for further explanation, we put a special teaching on a special Zoom to explain that this can be developed in a different way. You should be able to see the light and the field protection and the magnetic gravitational protection system in this configuration. So your system will show, as we've seen, not only the light, but it will show the field condition. The more it comes to the point of the balance, you have to find that balance point between magnetical and gravitational. That you create a condition if you want to go for a lift, or if you want to go for the light and submergence or interaction. You can create a triple boundary. The way you do a triple boundary is you choose a gravitational magnetic field balance somewhere between the lead and CH3 in strength. Then you create another condition for creation of using the medium or the intermediate between the three to create specific condition in that layer that can lead to creation of anything you might need in that position. So what happens is that you have your core of the CO2, let's say, or CH3, then you had your lead. By adding another somewhere here, you will see the two interaction on either side leads to creation of a specific condition here. What it means, you pull back in whatever CH3 is releasing as an energy, plasmatic energy, to a new dimension of the strength gravitational magnetic field in the center, but not at the strength of the lead. And then, if you broadband this wide enough in your glass tubes, in your what they call crystal balls, you can spread it at the light of the system. You'll find out with this system, if you can get it the right way, you do not need the rotation of the motor. The interaction of the field difference will create a rotation in all three gases that there is no need for any motor that you might need to use. So what happens, the plasma will create its own rotation and its own, what you call, possibly light. These three layers is part of the essential part of creation of the motion without the motors using plasmatic condition. So if you get this right, the ball will be steady. Your ball will not rotate. You don't need a motor. But the creation of the right balance will create the rotation at the speed you need, at the light you need to add. This is the development that some of you will come to test and you'll see. This is the freedom with having field plasma. This is the freedom which you have when you use liquid plasma. And some of you can use a vapor plasma. You can mix the three too. You can mix the three very easily as you are becoming the masters. I know our colleagues will show us new dimensions in this field in the coming days, in the coming weeks. And as I said, as usual, I'll collaborate with Arman very rapidly because Arman is good in these things, to show these things very rapidly in the development of the technology as a liquid plasma and a what I call field plasma. The group which is on the line listening, please translate. We open the doors for you to any inquiries through the channel which is set up. Send your questions, we answer as I've done up to now. So if you have any questions regarding whatever, please go to the intermediary which is set up and we'll answer you immediately. You can set up a Zoom meeting that we can meet as a Zoom collectively within the next 2 weeks or next week if need be, that we can guide you to deliver the first protection system as a gravitational magnetic field system, what we call OASIS. I would like to thank you for all your collaboration and the help and the support, and for reasons which we would like to keep it this way for the time being, we have started dividing the teachings in a given fields, directions, and groups, which allows a rapid development in a given field and general public teaching. We've done enough public teachings. I want to be teaching on Tuesday morning in the classes as knowledge seekers, but on Wednesdays mornings, our teaching, as I said, will go to military and space. In the afternoon goes to the health and application of the system. In that application, doctors, dentists, governmental organizations who want to come and listen and see what they can do and how they can use the technology. We allow you to come in and do the learning or teach us, and we teach you that the scientists who are in this field can develop systems for you. The Keshe Foundation Innovation Center will go in the back of it. From now on, when we teach something to the doctors, the Innovation Center will provide the systems which they require, if what, that they can test. If you're a doctor, you want to test the system, and we need to produce it. It goes to Innovation Center. From now on, not only developing new technologies, but producing systems that it can be utilized directly by the people. We bring the Keshe Foundation Development Center, research centers, in collaboration directly with the governments, military, and the space. So what is going to happen in the coming weeks is, like Keshe Foundations in China, they become collaborating with the government research scientists who are not so well versed with the technology, but they would like to see it. We bring the Keshe Foundation scientists to collaborate with their governments to develop the technologies very rapidly in the need and the demand of the nation. So we merge the two sides, the Keshe Foundation research, into our program, which is bringing the governments to understand the application of the technology. So if you are, for example, Keshe Foundation Philippines, and the Philippine government would like to see how they can utilize it for whatever reasons, in the energy or whatever, you become the collaborators between the Keshe Foundation worldwide and your government. This is how we start collaboration, and we see the only approach, because it's very hard to start teaching the scientists who have no understanding than teaching it with the people who are knowledgeable in the field, in the country. They can understand the language and they can walk you through. Benjamin has done that in Ghana with the African nations in Ghana Atomic Center. We see this working very perfectly with other nations. So as of now, we put at the disposal of the Chinese government all the Keshe Foundation research centers, knowledge, expertise to teach the government officials, scientists, the space and the army that they understand each other's language and that technology can be rapidly deployed for whatever is the need of the nation. This is a major breakthrough for the Keshe Foundations, where the foundation's work will become part of the national structure and work as one. We don't become outsiders, we are part, we teach. Everything you have learned in the Chinese Keshe Foundations, in Philippine Keshe Foundations, across the world, in German, Dutch, or whatever, American, as we have said, we have invited Pentagon on the table of discussion of the technology. There are two people in the Keshe Foundations who are supposed to deliver this to the American government. The same goes. The Keshe Foundation scientists have to deliver the tool of peace to the nations. Because you're part of them, you're not outsiders, but at the same time the government understands that the technology is in the hand of every other nation. Unless you want to fall behind, you refuse. Unless you want to be part of, you become part of totality, and it's become part of the structure of delivering world peace through technology, because the knowledge is equal amongst all, and we understand all of it. So, as I said, from now on, all the Keshe Foundations in China, I request from you, I advise you to work directly with us, with all the government apparatus to teach the scientists, and in time, we'll bring you in to work with us with the military and the space, because you speak the language of the nation, you speak, all they need to understand is how to see it, how you build it, and how they can implement it rapidly. It takes years to teach somebody to understand the technology, where you already become the scientist of the plasma for your nation. This is the shortcut, but the fast way. And again, I thank all the supports from all the governments we receive and all the institutions and the organizations who work with the foundation. All the work you've done to learn how to make the gas, to make cores, to make everything else, now can be used for the sole target of the Keshe Foundation, to bring world peace. And you become the scientific ambassadors of your nation for your governments, when they know the knowledge you know is equal across the Keshe Foundations across the world. Thank you very much for today. We have started sharing of the knowledge, and with it we share peace. And we've seen the Co-World Council, Universal Council has been selected. They will meet in Rome, 9th, 10th, and 11th of September. There's a limited room we have to increase the numbers 244 member language speaking. So there is a room for another 73 on the initial council, according to the language. Check the language board, which is going to be released in the coming weeks, and then understand if your soul can serve humanity according to the language of your nation. And then you decide you would like to be part of the council to bring peace according to the language equality, that there is no borders. No one elected a member of the Universal Council, the soul of the mandate, and that's why they're committed to the action and delivery of the peace across human race and this planet. Thank you very much for time.
Mr. Kesh, this is Brett. I have a comment before you go.
Who is that?
Brett.
No, Brett, you stay offline. We talk later.
All right.
Thank you very much indeed for everything, and we speak. What do you want to discuss, Brett?
Just going to make a comment on what you were trying to teach with the reactor system, the new ones. That's all.
You can do that next Thursday.
All right.
When you're back home.
And
don't tell people my travel plans.
Pardon?
I said, don't tell people my travel plans.
No, everybody knows where you are.
Yeah. Okay, we'll talk later. Bye.
Thank you very much. I hope you're feeling good.
Yeah.
We'll see you next week. You are lying to be where you are supposed to be, and you have to deliver the message to the American government. So
I will.
You are asked to attend Pentagon. So you deliver to the American government the states of the technology. Then you can show them what is to come.
I'll be back before Thursday. Don't worry.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye. Brad and another member of the Keshe Foundation US are appointed to deliver the full package to the American government as through their contacts and the organization we have set up and we have in the structure. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you next week.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh. We did finally get the video from the Norwegian person, but we can perhaps show that next week or in the health workshop.
Thank you very much. Thank you indeed. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you. Bye for now. And that's the end of the 111th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute for April 28, 2016. And as ever, thank you everybody from around the world and perhaps around the universe for attending. Okay, we'll end